Back again, another live. Here, live and direct once again. And if you're catching this on playback, appreciate you who all come and support the channel, all come and support the content, support these lives. And before people roll in, my gratitude. Grateful to be here, grateful to spread any knowledge, wisdom, and giving away energy, time, and effort to come and talk to the people, be with the people, and be of positive light upon this internet. I get a lot of people that come across and say, your channel is one of the, or your lives are one of the normal ones that are out here. So that gives me inspiration to come out, do what I do, stick to myself, my goal to be out here, not do anything outside my body. And what I mean that is go against myself and do things for notoriety, for attention. Attention is the new currency. OG Kicks, peace. And people will give their light away, dignity, integrity, just to come on this internet and be popular. Some do it for the money, the notoriety. Some are trying to gain status and fame. Me, I'm a little different. And that's the difference between me and others. Being noticed, having a spotlight on you, some of us have a certain personality where we may be loners or, maybe introverts, if you will. So we don't like too much of the spotlight. We don't like too much of being noticed because what comes with that is attention. And sometimes, and most of the time, it's unnecessary attention. Press start. Hello. Peace. And before I jump, into what I'm gonna start off with, press start says my school went on lockdown today. Zon, peace, bro. What up? Great to see everybody come in here tonight. Bro, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I be a mod? I don't know you, bro. B row. 1, 2, 3, 4. And right now I'm not doing any of that, putting people as mods and stuff like that. Um, right now I'm on a solo mission. So whatever comes across, whoever comes in, with any type of disrespect. I know how to handle it for the most part. I'm in very much control of my emotions, and I'm not going to allow anyone or anything to let myself come out of my body, meaning do anything outside of my character. And that's what I wanted to start off with. People are out here posing as a character when they hit play on this internet. Me, I'm the same person when the camera cuts on and when it cuts off. It's best to live in your truth. Be truthful. Reborn. Peace. OG Kicks. I'm be on for a little minute. I'm on early tonight, a little bit early. Usually I take I take my time before I come on. I usually come on around like 11:30. But I figured I'd jump on a little bit earlier. Got an interesting comment on my page that I showed late into the stream. It was wee hours in the morning, but I showed it, but I want to show it again. And that's how we want to start this live on, as I see we got more people rolling into and into this live. If I do something bad, you just kick me. Like I said, B-roll right now, man. If you just stay close to the channel, bro. That's all. I'm not looking for any mods or anything like that. I know how to conduct and handle myself pretty well, and get up people that I have to, you know, get up out of here. Daniel says, God bless everyone reading this. And tonight's going to be one of those nights, as I see already. And if we start to get that talk, we're going to be getting out of here. And like I said, being that it's already starting already, we're going to get right into it. Got an interesting comment. As I was streaming, I kicked the person out. It was Adam E with the screen name. And he went ahead and stalked my channel, went to my latest video that I released, or my latest content that I released, and wanted to put on there, submit to Rome, not to your heretical spiritual religion. And I wanted to address that. I wanted to address that. One thing, being spiritual isn't a religion. When you're a spiritual being, living a human experience is not a religion. That's number one. Number two is exposing people who like to Bible thump, express their love for Jesus. Jesus is a Roman deity. I know it reads backwards. It's a little blurry also, the camera. But submit to Rome is the play. Submitting to Rome. Finally, someone with common sense. Christ follower. Okay. A virtual Jehovah's Witness is what I'll start calling the ones who try to force their religion and convert. And that's what it's turned into. But it's not just Jehovah's Witnesses, on. It's also those ones who have submitted to the deity under the false pretense of Christianity. The veil has been lifted. Can't see it by now? You can see it right here. It's living proof. I didn't delete it. I didn't report it. I left it there as proof to what a lot of Christians are bowing down to and what they want you to bow down to. It's not really Christianity. It's their version of Christianity as to what they have been pushing, and beknownst to those who are unaware, who don't seek knowledge for real. You're submitting to Rome. My reply was to him or her or whatever it is, submit to Black Madonna. Anyone could go in there and check, what I mean, my latest content that I drop and see my reply. Unbeknownst to people, the Pope prays to a Black Madonna. Why is that? If you do your research on Black Madonna and you look up any picture or any portrait of the Black Madonna, she's holding a black baby who's said to be the real or form of the Christ figure. Kevin Ruiz, peace. I say Jehovah's Witness because of their tactics, but that's a fact, bro. Yeah, nah, Zion, I get you. That's nah, you 100 on that. You definitely 100 on that. The Jehovah's Witnesses are more, aggressive. They come right up to your door. But at least they show themselves. You feel what I'm saying? They actually show up. They are ballsy enough to actually come to your front door. And thanks for the gifts that's coming through too. Um, who is that? Dirt bike, dirt bike lover. Peace to you. Abel, peace to you. Speaking the native language, and he says, called the perfect version. Yes, sir, Abel. The appointed Pope. That's who he worships for real. Not Jesus. Black Madonna. Black Madonna. Pope is not black. I didn't think I had to put that out there, but I had to make sure that you guys are catching what I'm saying. But what they will have you believe and put the veil over your eyes. Some of you guys, I'm not saying all people, but a lot of people that come across and want to make this a Jesus Christ thing. It's a Roman deity. That's what they would rather have you submit to because that's where the power lies to keep it alive. The more energy, the more of your prayers, the more you are praying to that deity in the name of, that's what you're giving power to. It's a mask. Mask put on to have you thinking into one deity when you're really praising another. A Mestizo woman. Albert, please, Albert, peace to you, brother, and I'm glad you're here. Um, Albert says, please like and subscribe and be respectful in the chat room. Positive vibes only. A little support for you, bro. I appreciate that, Albert. You came in late as I was getting off last night, and you said the same thing. And I told you, I'm like, I appreciate you still for coming through that late and dropping that same thing. Um, but now you caught me early in the early in the live, and I appreciate that, bro. I'm glad you back. Brian Rasmussen, did the rapture happen? Is it ever going to happen? Is my question. I had somebody come through in the live yesterday and was like, they are ready for whatever's about to happen to just come out and wipe this shit clean. Cleansing of the earth, whatever it has to be. And I felt him on that. If we're gonna go out, I'd rather go out a natural way, letting the universe, nature take its course for real, for real. And everything could possibly start over. But the way they talk about it, is it really going to happen? Hey, just curious, what's the stream about? Right now, man, I'm just, talking, exposing some stalkers, people stalking the page, trying very hard, not even to convert, but have me submit to a Roman deity. I find it very interesting the lengths that these people will go. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, peace to you, man. He says, "Hey, what's up, buddy? Did my friend? You got it, bro." Nah, he didn't. I didn't see that person subscribe. Happy to see you tonight, Sergeant Joe Smith, man. The Alex Coolero says, "Do you have any kind of education on what you're talking about?" I wouldn't be talking about it if I didn't know, sir. To know is to look, listen, and observe. So before I came on here to talk, I had to do a little research. You could do the same thing as well. Anything I'm saying, you could go and fact check for yourself. I have nothing to prove and nothing to gain. I'm just spreading free information. It's all free. Like I said, you could go fact check for yourself and come back if you like. I stand on what I said. I don't need validation from anyone or anything. That's why a lot of this stuff isn't for debate because it's information that's out there. These are facts. So if you want to go fact check a fact that I'm saying, then go ahead. Very knowledgeable on the things that I speak on. That's why my lives is one of the more calmer ones, is more the one detailed ones. I'm very particular on the way I deliver my messages. Clay White, peace to you, man. He says, "What's up, man? Chilling." Tiger McTigery and Alex Culero. Most of my information and what I've studied doesn't just come, and I don't have TikTok, by the way. I don't have that. I just and that's another thing too. I just made a new Instagram page. So anyone willing to, go over there, follow me on Instagram. Um TSG the Watcher. I put it up in a community post earlier, and I like to get my information from actual books, whether they be physical books or they be at audible books. Also on my device, like my iPad and my iPhone, there is a book app. It says books that you can go and download actual books and have it on your iPad or on your device. So you're not carrying around a physical copy, people being nosy, stalking you, gang stalking you, seeing what you're reading and stuff like that. So you could read your books privately without anyone, "Hey, what you reading there?" Clay White says, "What Roman deity now?" Roman deity that they would have you believe is Jesus Christ. Their version of Jesus Christ. That's what I was someone went on in my comments and advised me to submit to Rome. And there's always a saying with that before I catch up to the chat. When in Rome, do as the Romans. A lot of people have done that. I'm one of the ones that I don't conform. I don't conform to any religion. I don't conform to any cult. I don't conform to any political side. I don't conform to any groups or gangs or anything like that. So when I see things like that, I put two and two together, like, and then there's phrases like when in Rome, do as the Romans, right? I don't conform to anything. I don't conform to Rome. So you put the pieces of the puzzle together of actually what they want you to do and what people have actually been doing. When they said that the world would end in 2012, I feel like it did, but not in the literal sense. But the world before 2012 definitely died. It's a whole new place. Yes, things have changed. In love, Sergeant Joe Smith. Yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith, man, he makes light of he brings a little bit of light to what's being talked about, with certain jokes. And I appreciate that. The Alex Culero says, followers, clout, money. Three things that you have to gain. That means nothing to me, sir. If that's how you feel, this is your first time here, maybe. Because I get a lot of people who come to my lives with different screen names. I don't do it for clout. I don't need the clout. I don't really need the followers, to be honest. Money, not getting paid enough on here to talk the shit that I talk. It's really not worth it. The time and effort that I put into doesn't make sense to have to do it for any of those things. I could show you what YouTube has paid me over the years. Most people would have quit by now, to be honest. Until I really started speaking my truth, that's when everything really started going up. When I held back and tried to be nice for the people and tried to get the followers to listen and try to get the clout or whatever, I did it a certain way. I held back. But until I really started saying, fuck it all, I don't care who likes me, I don't care about the popularity, and the money not even enough. That bread moist says you straight cat and then just sent the gift. If I'm cat, bro, it's no reason for me to for if I'm cap, there's no reason to listen to me, is it? Or you just here to hear lies. It makes no sense. You stayed, you gifted me just to hear lies? That's crazy. But it's cool though. But like what you are saying, I haven't heard anything. What is this stream about? I ain't saying much. Believe me, I ain't saying much. Thing is, I'm not going to over explain. If you've been here and you've been listening and you saying I'm not saying or what am I saying? I'm not really saying much. Brian Walden says, I have something to prove, but I don't want to offend any black persons, black Americans specifically. Brian Walden, you could say whatever you like. You're not going to offend me. You're not going to offend me at all. I'm one who knows how to control myself and my emotions. I'm completely fine with people saying whatever they like. Say what's on your mind, brother. Speak your truth. I speak my truth, and I'm actually showing my face. I have certain information that's online that people can actually reach out to me. I have my emails in my description. I have content. People, you know what I mean? Somebody just came and commented on one of my videos to submit to Rome, brother. It's not offensive. Some may take it as offense, but it's not offensive to me. I'll leave it up there. Yo, bro, do you got a speaker? Cause I got a song request. No, I do not play any music for copyright reasons on my lives. You have a special way of speaking that makes people appreciate your silence. William Charles Snyder. Um, I appreciate that. Brian Walden says, "Fuck TikTok." Yeah, I don't do the social media stuff like that. So the brother accused me of getting my information from TikTok or YouTube. Um, I mean, there's vast information on YouTube, and I've said that I watch lectures on YouTube. I listen to certain also audiobooks on YouTube. They're free. So I don't have to keep on buying certain stuff on YouTube. So when you say that I get my information from YouTube, yes, I get my information from YouTube also. There's free audiobooks on YouTube. You do enough studying and searching, certain ones, yes, absolutely. It all depends on what you're doing on these platforms. Are you just on here aimlessly scrolling all the time, or are you actually trying to gain some knowledge and wisdom? There's vast amount of information out here on this internet, and especially on YouTube, and I appreciate YouTube for that. I'm just one of those ones that's on that side of not being entertained all the time and using YouTube as that. So when I come across certain things on YouTube that has valuable information, especially like lectures, but most of my information comes from actual books, reading, words, literature. And William, once again, I appreciate that. Um, says I have a special way of speaking. Once again, this is just how I talk. At some points, you may hear me curse, use certain lingo because of who I am and where I come from. This is authenticity. So at times I will speak a certain way. But I appreciate that. Charles Hale. I just spoke on you, Charles Hale. I'm returned. Renee. Uh, name a book you've read that you recommend. Alex Colero wants me to name a book you've read that you would recommend. Do you really want me to recommend a book, or are you playing around? That bread moist says name 10 books. Brian Walden says I get my information from independent journalism. That's the best way to get some good information, because independent journalism, obviously independent, someone who's solo dolo, doing their study, doing their own work. Some books depends on who wrote it. Like I'm not reading a retard's book, Phil. Yeah, and I dig that. And that's a fact. I'm high as fuck scrolling. I thought you were here, right? That bread Moy says. All right. Can you recommend or speak on one book you read cover to cover? The Holy Bible. How about that? I have nothing to prove to anyone, and I'm not on here to explain myself. Just know this, that whatever type of time that you're on, I'm on that same type of timing too. I'm not in here to press nobody, for real, for real. I'm gonna speak how I speak. I talk my shit. Then that's it. Who are you for me to try to impress you, sir? And now you have me thinking that you aren't who you say you are. I thought he was. When in Rome, do as the Romans. Oh man, you look at them like, look at bros. Hey sir, what does that sign above the window? YouTube, you've been in here before too. Timid no say is what that sign says right there. I know it's once again backwards. TEMETNOSCE. Timid no say is Latin for know thyself. If you ever watched the movie The Matrix and Neo goes to visit the Oracle, he walks in the kitchen, she questions him. Do you know what that sign says? That's the sign. Know thyself. He's going to see the oracle to get the premonition or the prediction if he's the one. So she's throwing subliminals to have him search and know himself. Subliminal. Alex Cru- Alex Culero, if you want to know one single book that I've read, go back and support the channel. I have multiple lives that I've talked about various books, book recommendations. See, I'm not one to repeat myself and go over the same shit over and over just for your liking. You came in here with a certain energy, didn't introduce yourself, didn't say hi to the host. Um, just a bunch of questioning me. So I have no reason to answer you. I don't answer to peons like that. You have no respect for the host. You have no respect for yourself. Obviously, you think people are just supposed to serve you. Serving people knowledge and the knowledge that you know is a type of form of giving away energy. I'm not giving away that energy to you, brother. These younger YNs are single mother raised at Bread Moist. Yes, they are. They don't know respect. And when they see a man, and this is not to brag or boast, but when they see a man, whether it be in person or on the internet, they don't show any respect. There's a lack of respect because they have seen their single mother not show men the proper respect. So they approach them and go about things a certain way. And I could tell how certain dudes rock. And not all, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that about all men who have single mothers. You know, this society, it is what it is, right? But just the lack of respect for true masculinity. They either want to put it down or they want to compete with the next man. I'm not in no competition with anybody. I have nothing to prove for real. We come on here, vibe. If you want to talk about books, we could talk about books, but to have to prove to anyone, giving me a demand, what books have you read from front to back in this? Come on, bro. Makes sense. They argue and get riled up over an opinion. That bread moist. Nino Mercury says John Cena or Stone Cold. Stone Cold. I stopped watching wrestling um during that John Cena era for real. Alex Culero, now you're begging. Begging is a form of weakness, my guy. It's better to just move on for real. You clearly see I'm not going to do it. Begging is not it, bro. Just move on. I already told you, Holy Bible, read that. I've read it front to back. Do you think the black community is undereducated by schools and what needs to change? Sergeant Joe Smith, that's a great question. Um, and there's a multiple ways to answer that question because in the black community, there are ways to educate the community, but the resources, some of the resources are held back in a lot of black communities that inhibits to be taught a certain way. And there's a lot of obstacles to also overcome in a black community for teachers to actually teach what they have, you know what I mean, to control a classroom when you have behavioral issues going on in the black community, a lot of things going on at home in certain black communities. So a lot of things factors in when in the black community of being uneducated or undereducated, I'm sorry. Um especially in treacherous neighborhoods or treacherous areas where those schools are at, you're getting a mix of a lot of trauma, having to control kids and stuff like that. You're not able to really teach effectively, holding the attention of these kids. You're not able to teach effectively for real. So a lot goes into that. Um, and a lot, you know what I mean? The change needs to start at home for real. Some of the under education really has to start at home. Brian Walden says these YNs need a new culture, new leader, new ideology, all that. Sorry, not sorry. That's what Brian Walden is saying. And is this what you were saying about not wanting to, but which is, listen, this is the thing about me. If you're going to say something that is true and you speak your truth and that is facts, I agree, bro. You said you didn't want to offend, but if listen, for some people the truth does offend people. That's where I'm at with it. I say certain truths and people will call me everything under the sun. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know this. Do I study what books I read or whatever? Got nothing to prove. I'm just speaking my truth of what I have studied and come across. And it's just expressing myself. What you're saying is 100% right. I agree. The way that these YNs have been led, this younger generation has been led, is led astray. They've been led like sheep to the slaughter. So I completely agree. There's no offense in that. Cat's eye. How do I tell a girl I like her? Lesbian. She's a lesbian. And I don't mean to laugh at your lesbianism. But cat's eye is that's a very dangerous game to play. If you have feelings for somebody, anybody, speak your truth. That's it. You can't fear rejection. And that's what a lot of people fear, whether it is for men, women, gay, straight, whatever the case may be. If you have feelings for someone on a different level, as long as it's of the age of consent, let me put this out here also. As long as is of the age of consent, let's be grown. Let's be mature about this, right? If you genuinely have feelings for someone, you speak your truth. You have to have some courage about you, have some confidence, and not be afraid of rejection. Rejection is redirection. So if you tell someone how you feel or whatever the case may be, whether they with it or not, you just, you know, you've gotten that up off of you instead of harnessing that energy and hiding behind your true feelings. Speak your truth. That's it. There's no slick game to play or whatever the case may be. Just say it. The bread boy says to make money. Listen, bro. I was on live the other night. Once again, you could go back and check any of my live streams. But one of my most recent lives, I was on live for 9 hours, brother. It had nothing to do with money. I don't ask for donations. I don't post my Cash App on my lives or anything. You could go to my description and you can see everything on there. But that's up to the people who genuinely want to contribute and donate. I have a nonprofit. This is all done under a nonprofit. So for someone to actually hit my Cash App, they would have to go through my channel on my description and find my Cash App. I don't put my Cash App out like that. That's one. Two, yes, my channel is monetized, but once again, I have receipts. I don't get uh stipend like that to be on here like that to make some type of life-changing gain that's going to gear what I do. If you would see what I get paid, a lot of people would have been quit because the time, once again, I spent 9 hours on here, no donations, $0, and I came right back. I come right back to do these lives. It's not about the money, brother. It's really not. You can take it for what it is. That's how other people operate. You people are probably used to the church and people who come on here and promote themselves and this is my Cash App and do this and that. I haven't even encouraged people to hit the likes as they rolled in. I don't- because once when I have something on my mind that I want to share with the people, that's it. I'm not worried about any of that other shit. You guys are worried about that other shit. And you guys make assumptions about people like me who come on here that really got something to say. Money is what's on you guys' mind. Money is how you guys are conditioned to operate. When you break that mold and realize money is only an object and a tool, it should be used. I don't work for money. Money is something you attract. That's it. Here's let's make Nino Mercury says The Rock or Mike Hawk. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Brian Walden, tell her you like her and want to take her out on a date. Be blunt. Yeah. Be truthful, please, Mr. Alex Culero says, please, Mr. Woke Man, name one book you've read. Begging. He's a beggar. See that, people? What's the subject, brother man? Hey, listen, most of my lives, they go each in every direction. There's no set topic. I leave it open ended for anyone who wants to come in here for real. For real. Cat's eye. Ask Cat's eye, you got another one giving you some encouragement. Uh Cat's eye, ask her if she's into girls and see if she's into that. And if she asks why you ask, tell her the truth. That's another way to go about it. But I think when you ask someone when they into girls, she probably, probably already gets the gist of what's coming. And most likely she probably already picks up if you're a lesbian already because you've probably already put out there energy that you like her, that you have feelings for her. So she probably already knows, but you know, Slim Bean, peace. What's the word? Nothing much, brother. I'm on here chilling, man. Do you ever hear about August 12th, 2026, the planet will lose gravity or 7 seconds? No, I never heard that. That's new. Jace Bear says, do you have a dirt bike? No, I do not. Brian Walden says, okay, so what's your thoughts on the first black political party being the first all conservative party? My thoughts on it? I really don't care what the first political party was. I know when Martin Luther King fought for civil rights and the option for blacks to vote, he was actually a registered Republican. I know that. How they twisted everything, and now majority of black people feel that they have to be Democrat and vote Democrat goes beyond me. But the man who sacrificed his own life, put himself on the forefront for the people, was actually a registered Republican. Why do you have floor tiles as a roof? Do you have your own house, or do you still live with your parents? Cart by it. Do you pay your own rent, or do you still live with your mommy and daddy? People think I care about material things. It don't matter to me. I got floors, house as a roof. I got a roof over my head. My bills are paid, lights on, Wi-Fi lit. Most people would kill to live in a house with floor tiles as a roof. There's a housing crisis, homelessness that is being battled in this country. You're worried about my roof, my ceiling. I'm grateful to have floor tiles as my ceiling, sir. To be honest, if that's how you feel about it, I'm grateful. Do you pay rent? Cart by it? You live on your own, or are you codependent? Or you got to live with another female? You got to have a female live with you or something like that. I have no insecurities about me, dog. Stand on my 10. I know where I come from. Very grateful to be sheltered, sir. Tavon Moore says, "Legend." I thank you for that, brother. If you, if we lost gravity for 7 seconds, we'll all die, right? We all dead, right? I believe so, Brian Walden. That's something that's out of our control. That's why I don't really. It is what it is. We all got to go someday. We can't. I don't want to say too much. Um, Not all of us can predict how we gonna go, when we gonna go. Some people take that volition under their own hands for whatever reasons. Um, but it's, we all have an expiration date, and if that's how it has to happen, I'd rather go out that way than the actual Earth responding to what the hell is going on upon this Earth and saying this shit needs to get shut down. I'd rather go out that way than actually any other way, to be honest. Did you know that nobody asked? Alex Culero says lectures. Ha ha ha. Now Alex Carello is still begging me to name one book, and now in all caps, that means he's yelling at me. Why are you yelling at me, sir? Are you okay? Are you mad? Angry? Because I won't give you one book that I read? I already gave you a book. I said the Holy Bible. You said you believe me, so why keep on pressuring more? I think you want to get kicked out. I think that's what it is. Evil Mark Wahlberg, do you F with the Vietnamese people? In the great words, I mess with everybody, even Mark Wahlberg. I'm not gonna quote anybody or say anything too outlandish. But yeah, Cart Bias says this clown can't read. He listens to audiobooks. Yeah, I do listen to audiobooks. You're right. You're absolutely right, sir. Ain't nothing wrong with getting info from YouTube. I'd rather listen to regular people than paid career journalism and MSM. Yeah, the lectures that I listen to are lectures like how college students who are in college also sit in their auditoriums and listen to lectures. It's just same thing. I thought they get the same. I guess because they're in a university and they're signed up to university, them listening to lectures is better than me listening to lectures actually on the YouTube instead of coming to YouTube and using it for trolling and watching bullshit. I'm on here listening to lectures and audiobooks. I like to be in the comfort of my own home and read my books instead of out in public. When people certain people who like to take their books out in public also want to be seen reading. They want the public to see them to give off some type of I'm intelligent. Look at me. I'm reading out in public. Me, the information that I like to study and read, I don't want anybody to know for real, what I'm reading and what I'm into when I'm outside. And cart by it, you have a misconception of me. You don't know me like that. I don't go to church, sir. Alex Culero is on my dick. He's on my dick. I've been watching a lot of Ashman Gold lately, low key. Ashman Gold. Sergeant Joe Smith says, only ask questions once. Don't spam. Be respectful, please. This is the thing, too, Sergeant Joe Smith. The person that's asking me to read or name one book, they don't actually care. It's not like if I name a book that they're actually gonna go out and study the book. It's not actually a book recommendation. They want to see if I'm actually going to give in to them for the attention of naming a book to show some type of proof or validation that I read. I already admitted if you say anything, whatever, I don't read or only listen to audiobooks or I went to church one time, it's okay. That's fine. That's your perception of me. Cool. You got it. I got nothing to prove to someone on the internet that I don't know. You look like Dre Slay. Christian says, yo, peace. Yeah, you're right, Carpet. I can't name a book. I'm sorry. I can't do it. You're absolutely right. I can't because I won't. You're right. I already gave y'all that. I recommend Behold, a Pale Horse by Bill Cooper. Not for everyone, but very interesting. That's what Brian Walden says. You should read The Death of Ivan Flinch. And Tropic Hobbit, peace to you, man. Great to see you tonight and alive. Charlotte, happy Valentine's Day. Charlotte, it's a little bit early. We not even in February yet. Tell me happy Valentine's Day. But that's love. I appreciate that. I appreciate it, Charlotte. Carpet Bias said, dude said, read the Holy Bible. I'm glad you found that funny. Alex Culero says, name the first four books in the New Testament, please. Still begging. Brian Walden says, the Bible is definitely a book of wisdom, the most metaphorical book in the planet. Let me read that again, Brian Walden, so people can catch that. The Bible is definitely a book of wisdom, the most metaphorical metaphors book in the planet. The reason why I said let me read that again so that way they can catch it because one, reading comprehension is very important, and two, listening, active listening is very important. So when you hear certain things, you be like, why would he say metaphor? Metaphors are coded words. Some people take that book and take it literal. They don't understand the symbology. They don't understand the metaphors, the allegory of the stories behind the Bible. They take it as whatever their perception is. I think I only understand what you're saying, but if you understand somebody and what they're saying, there shouldn't be a but I'm gonna continue. I'll like to know exactly what it is you're saying obedience is required for. Your obedience is required for a vast number of things. It all depends on what you're obeying to. Are you obeying to religion? Religion that was given to you? And the reason why I posed that first is because I got an interesting comment last night in the middle of a live that I was doing last night, and the person told me to submit to Rome, to obey Rome, because I always go on a tangent of not conforming, right? So people are going out of their way, stalking my channel, and want me to obey a Roman deity. You can choose to obey whatever you like. You have obedience to whatever you like. But Stevie, Bunchkins, they need you to obey to keep the power alive. I just like to encourage the people, just pay attention to what you are obeying. I'm one who speaks my truth, I stand on it. And the more you go against which they want you to obey, they'll try to pull you back in and blatantly come out with it and tell you what to submit to. Submit to Rome? Do I look like a Roman? It's exposing the agenda of what it is they really want you to conform to. And the more you peel back the layers, your obedience is required. Clay White, all right, I got to go. Have a great night. Have a great night, Clay White. If you're still in here, I appreciate you for stopping by. Sergeant Joe Smith says, ban, cart by it. Your wish is my command, Sergeant Joe Smith. The people have spoken. See, when the people speak, when the good people speak, I was going to keep them in here. What type of live stream you got going on here? First time. That guy, hey, it's a norm, just a normal live stream, brother. Isn't semen retention only affecting positive wise, let's say once a week? Isn't semen retention only affecting positive wise? Susie Chef, semen retention can be used either way to manipulate energy as well. That's why certain information with semen retention and stuff like that, um, it can be used for positive effects, but it could also be used negatively to have power over the people and to manipulate. Because with semen retention, it draws attention and attraction, and when you draw that attention and attraction to you, it's all depends on the person that's controlling their power. It's the transmutation of energy, so that energy can be used in a negative way as well. Some people aren't as honest and will make this seem like it's all a cracked up practice of positivity and light, and all you can do is goodness. No, the person behind it still has to be accountable for what they are doing and how they possess certain powers. The power is still in your hands. You still have control. Certain people use semen retention just to get on semen retention to attract more females so they can date, manipulate, and still use females to their liking. No cap. First sign of incompetence is saying that someone else's has no wisdom. Everyone has wisdom from their own life experiences, dumbasses. Hey, Brian Walden, another thing is that I don't know shit. I really don't know anything. I never self-proclaimed to be this wise man or I have this abundance of knowledge that I know better than anyone. I don't like to be the smartest person in a room. Why, you may ask? Is because there's always knowledge to soak up. If I could learn from someone or learn from the next person, that's more of a gain for me. Me speaking, giving away my energy like this, sometimes is draining. That's true. You're the smartest person in your circle. You need to change your circle. I heard that from a wise man. You're the smartest person. You need to start, if you're the smartest person in your friend group or you're the smartest person in your circle, you need to change up your circle because you'll start to look around and you realize that you're probably around a bunch of idiots that you can't learn anything from. And that's not good. The moment you stop learning is where you are stumped in growth. Now, that's wisdom. So when people tell me, oh, you think you're so smart, nah, you're right. I'm not that smart. I don't have all the wisdom. I like to be around more wiser people than me. Shrooms is bugging out. And I'm gonna show this comment. It was hidden. He says, black pea or pink pea? It's a wild question. Can I ask, can you answer my question, please? All right. Yeah, Susie F, slow down a little bit. You need to let me get some time to talk and also catch up with the chat. And you too, Shrooms. Brian, give the man a second. He will read your comment when he sees it. Calm down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm catching up. And Susie Chef, isn't retention only a positive? And I know I read it before, but now you added more stuff to it. Isn't retention only for positive? For a week on hand, hold for a week, release, hold for a week, release. No. If you just want to hold for a week and then release, hold for a week, release, you won't really catch and garner all the true benefits that come along with really controlling yourself, practicing discipline, breaking out of a habit. It takes 21 days to break out of a habit. And a lot of guys have a habit of masturbation. That's why a lot of guys jump on semen retention because they're trying to break the habit and that lust demon. A lot of guys have lust, and then if they can't feed into the lust, they'll take matters into their own hands. And then it comes a course of time where they feel like this ain't right. I'm doing something unnatural. I need to get some type of resolution to this. So semen retention is the best way. So it takes 21 days to break a habit. So a 30-day retention span is needed. If you understand yourself, if you know yourself, and if you are honest with yourself and saying that you have a corn addiction. A lot of guys have a corn addiction. Taking that time to really take a break from that stuff is very important. 1 week and then releasing, another week and releasing isn't going to get there. You're stuck. You're going to be stuck in a cycle. What it sounds like is that someone is stuck in a cycle. You're never going to break that cycle. Luka going to score 81 like Kobe tonight, bro. And Shrooms, you out of here, brother. Ask me, brown pea or pink pea. What's wrong with you, brother? And Asher says, me too. Whole lot of agents piled in early tonight. Yeah, I figured I'd come on early, too, for that reason too. Just to see, you know what I mean? The earlier you come on, I guess, the more they're awake. I like the sign that's what's up. Also, sharp memory. I have been here a couple times. Love the energy. You don't feed into nonsense comments. Respect. YouTube, yes. I try to express to people too. Ever since stopped smoking weed for about 3 months now, my long term memory and short term memory has seemed to be sharper and has come back, especially my short term memory. Nick, peace to you. Austin Eggers, yo, be safe. I got to see my kid. Hey, man, go do that. I know you're probably already up out of here, but blessings to you, man, and putting those children. Children come first, man. Family first. Digital says MAGA, American flags, making America great again. My question to that, and I've never addressed this and never said this on live, but to the chat and that as I catch up, and I don't know what made me want to, what I mean, go here with it, but I'm willing to go here. It is what it is. Name me a time when America was great for everybody as a collective. Hi, I'm new here. What's the topic? Melissa, Moon. Hope you still in here. We just vibing. No set topic. Chill with that stepping fetching shit. How do you get that mic to work? Mine is muted. Even the streams not. Chris Life. There's a button right here. that when you it's supposed to be like a an input. You input it to your phone, and then when you hit the button, it turns on, so it works as like a Bluetooth. OG Kick says, "What's your thoughts on the situation in Minnesota?" Um, I mentioned last night about martial law being in certain areas in certain places. Once when martial law hits an area, or these agents are placed in the area, constitutional laws and your laws that you come to know where you think you have rights are null and void. You have no more rights. And when martial law hits, you're done in that area. They have just deployed agents I seen today in Maine. I forget what area in Maine, but they have agents now deployed in Maine. And wait till it comes to a city near you. That's my thoughts on it. If it hits your area, just know that all that constitution shit, you think you got rights. Mm-mm-mm. What is a YN? Lawman. YN is just a younger generation. Someone last night told me to stop using the N word. Don't call myself an N word, but it's a YN word. So I'm gonna start to take heed to that for a little bit. What you ain't even in the hood, but speaking on the hood. Kai the Captain, I'm a 38-year-old man, closer to 40. You're brainwashed to think that I can't speak on the hood like I don't have a past. Probably done more dirt than you in the hood that will probably give you nightmares. I have a kid now. And when I had a kid, my goal was to move him out the hood to give him a different experience, put him in a better place, get better schooling. Like the brother expressed before about education in certain communities. I wanted better for my child. So I moved him up out of the hood. When you talk about manifesting and certain goals that you have, it's not just all about yourself and what you want. It's certain goals that you have put for yourself a long period of time. And when that time comes and you're able to do that, I'm proud not to be in the hood. I can speak on hood shit because I come from that. I was birthed in it, molded by it. You hear me? So I could speak on it loud and clear. I don't have to be in war to tell you about war, dummy. Do you watch Sesame Street as a kid? Yes, I did, Melissa Moore. I did watch Sesame Street. Wonders of the world. Look here, bro. The Troll King. Tell me. Okay, you got it. If you're a Troll King, you got it. Scotty boy, hello. I'm gonna try to catch up, guys. Melissa Moon says, "Are you a millennial?" I don't know what that is. I am me. I'm a 38-year-old man. So whatever category I fall under, you could put me under that category. But I'm a 38-year-old grown black man. No, never watched Sesame Street. Brian Walden. All they did was count to 10 every day. I couldn't watch that shit. Brain rot before brain rot existed. I watched Sesame Street just cause you know what I mean? It was on. But I was young as hell. You know what I mean? It was on the TV. Jump Style, Kid, Gilbert. Yo, peace. Peace to you, brother. Wonder World. Hey, bro, I think I'm going to bring my troll friends over here. You could bring them over here. But once when the people speak and whatever happens, happens, bro. They might not be over here for long. You need to accept that Simon Silver says, I need to accept something that we are just wild animals with a slight moral compass, especially yourself. I need to accept that. Have you accepted that, Simon Silver? That's the real don't you know that the Moors that look like me taught people to be civilized. So by nature, our people, by nature, know how to conduct themselves. Maybe you are an animal and you need to be taught moral compass. Not a slight moral compass, but you need to be taught how to be civilized, like in the past, how the Moors did. Moors taught the European how to wash themselves properly, how to conduct themselves. Those are things that come natural for some people. I don't want to make this a colorism thing or anything like that, but this is in history. Do your research. Some people don't know how even to wash themselves properly, take care of themselves, self care. Very important. You ain't even black. You ain't got no fire detector alarm beeping. He's looking to see who's actually listening. Melissa Moon says, I'm listening. Glad you're here, Melissa Moon. Peace to you. Kai, the captain, is accusing me now of being a raccoon tap dancing bootlegger. Brian Wallace says, Wonder solve, bring your trolls, give more clout for the video. Right. We don't care about y'all trolls, y'all lame. And besides that, go to troll, no troll. We'll succeed. Yeah, if you bring the trolls, if you bring the trolls, they'll just bring notoriety to the lives. Kai the captain, you got it. But once again, Melissa Moon, I could tell that you're a female, and that's one of the things that I do love is when the females come through. My lives aren't the usual lives where, you know what I mean, I may post a topic because it's necessary. I can't just jump on live without posting something as a title. But generally in my lives, they go each and every way. They go in every direction. Where we talk about anything. Very open-minded. One thing I don't do is conform to any religion or creed. So that opens up a door for anyone to come in and speak their minds. Wherever walk of life you come from, and if it's a topic that's interesting or something that's worth mentioning, we could get on that topic and talk about it for hours and stay on it for hours. But then you also got to deal with trolls and stuff like that. So why so many haters on someone's life that actually takes their video serious? Go troll somewhere else. Brian Walden, it's done on purpose. Melissa Moon says, I'm scared for the kids. Carmela, peace to you, love. How you? I'm not about to do the BS. Now they're gonna come around. They're gonna come around a lot. Especially listen, guys. When you talk a certain way on here, if I was talking Christianity and Bible thumping and all that other stuff, I wouldn't have so many trolls. I'm not a part of that program. So when you go against the program fights back. The machine fights back, and that's what they do. So it's not anything to get too skinny Benny. Peace to you, brother. Glad to see you tonight. Yeah, when that starts to happen, it's cool. When you go against the machine fights back. Trying to tell you I'm one of the ones. Once again, humbly and with humility. But when you move with a certain type of energy and you speak your mind, you speak your truth, and when you put certain truths out there, the machine fights back. Once again, Carmela, shouts out to you. And hold on, let me I gotta scroll back up to catch up to the chat real fast. Sergeant Joe Smith says, "Am I Second Amendment friendly?" Yes, sir. You already see who would fall victim to a cult. Look at grown people play, follow the leader. To be honest, we don't know if God. Oh wow. What's up, man? I avoided drugs today, but I got drunk. So win and they lost today. Sean, 11. Great to see you tonight. Back in here, man. But I'm glad you took a step, get away from the drugs. Once again, brother, coping. And I always encourage when people are trying to break from addiction, you can't. It's hard to do it cold turkey, and if you do it cold turkey, um, it could send a shock to your body. So I know it's not a good thing to encourage this, to encourage drug use or alcohol use, but you have to treat your body a certain way where you have to wean yourself off of certain addictions, because certain addictions, if you try to go cold turkey and then you stop, something happens, whether you get triggered and you have to deal with those triggers, you'll fall right back into that habit, and then you fall even harder into back into that habit, into a binge, because you need something to make you feel good in that moment. It's kind of like when people overdose, they go to the hospital and they give them micro doses of like methadone and stuff like that. Heroin addicts. I'm sorry. People who have suffered from like heroin overdoses and stuff like that, they still give them little doses of heroin to have them fight through whatever withdrawals and stuff, or whatever the case may be. So I always encourage, like, if there's certain things, you need to really take your time and not shock your body so much, especially with drugs and stuff like that. So I'm not encouraging you to take micro doses of whatever drug of choice that you're on. So I'm not judging you by getting drunk, because as you can see, like I'm saying, there's still something where you have to cope. It's still something that you have to cope with. But being honest with yourself and still trying to kick that addiction, you need to take your time and let your body respond to certain things before you are really um kick it. Stop ignoring me. Oh man, people are funny. Brian Walden says, "No, I respect this guy, not my crush. I respect him because nothing y'all here to say get to him. I respect that." Sergeant Joe, finally, thank you for taking out the trash. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, I see you. I did that, and you've been on duty real fast, bro. And I'm trying to catch up, but as Sergeant Joe Smith is getting certain people out of here, it's making my screen and the chat like jump up and down. So I'm really trying to catch up. But as people are getting up out of here, um, and messages still being held for review, it's causing my chat to go up and down. So I'm gonna catch up to the chat. So be patient, guys, as I catch up to any questions that y'all got, anything like that. Finally, thank you for taking trash. I'm ready to leave. I was so tired of that spam. Yeah. Bartek says 100%. Half you trolls that holler black fatigue. Never even been around black people. I'm white from the projects. So I know y'all's type are white people that never live near a black person hollering. Black Walden, man, I've had white guys in our areas too. We're in those areas you may say poverty or in the hood. They was in the hood too. White people was in the hood too. Southside Frog, peace. Peace and light, God. Ben Kellebu is probably same clown. You just banned. Yeah, some people just go switch profiles, and then the duty that they do is come right back to the live stream, so you know what's going on. Brian Wallace says, a wise man knows nothing. Fear the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Who you around that fears God? I've been around people that don't fear anything. That's a dangerous person to be around. They don't have the light in them. You get away from that person. So I tend to be alone. Just ignore them. They just want your attention and want to rage bait. Yeah, Nia's Nia. I'm gonna just leave that Nia. Um, yeah, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. A lot of more messages held for review. I'm gonna ignore those. I'm not even gonna type into those. Sometimes, you know what, I got to because sometimes it actually be you guys like Brian Walden. This one is cat like fatigue. Cuppy, pumpkin. I gotta get you out of here. Hold up. Never mind. What you use for your beard, bro? I always get that question. Ban Cuppy. Hold on, I got you right now. Um, a mixture of things. It just all depends. Always tell people aloe. Aloe is very good to have as moisturizer and a cleanser for your face and your skin. A lot of guys don't know this, but when you grow a beard or have facial hair, you have to get underneath because it's still skin under here. So you need to have great skin health underneath for it to have an environment to grow. If you have patches in your beard, also the micro needle to open up the pores will help that. And with the aloe is healing as well. So that helps with the beard growth and keep it maintained. But I use things like natural oils, whether it be coconut oil or castor oil. And castor oil is mainly is a thicker oil and that helps with the thickness. And then Scotch Bonner has a good beard conditioner, leave-in conditioner. So I use that as well. Mother hell messages. You guys are funny, bro. Man. Yeah, 0 out of 10 rage bait. Southside Frog says before it was discovered, the host is intelligent, deep thinker, supportive, acquaintance of knowledge. He loves debating with openness of truth seeking individuals. Come with questions of challenges and mentally grow, share ideas. Yes, I love you for that, Carmela. Thank you. That's the thing with me. I'm open to certain debates, challenges, because I can tell when people genuinely have a question and they question certain things, right? Because I was once that too. I'm going to question certain things that I hear, especially if I never heard them before. And I've had people come across like, damn, I never heard someone say that, or they're going to question certain things. So I'm always open to have a debate. Now, when it becomes a thing of you're not trying to really listen, you just want to argue. Some people are just combative. They want to argue, then they use that as trolling just to gain attention and notoriety, and then also rage bait. They feed off of people who get angry, actual demons out here who work under that type of energy that they feed off of people getting angry and want to see them crash out. I'm not one of those. Ain't going to lie, I can't stop we dealing with a retarded society. They irk my nerves too bad. Yeah, Brian Walden, I get you, brother. I understand it. I was once at that point too, where I was smoking every day, a lot. And once again, it was like it's not the I don't want to sound like an addict or anything, but it was to really keep sanity, bro. Dealing with one when you get certain knowledge, it could be a lot. And when you start to unravel the truths of what's going on and what's going on around you in society, you need something to deal with this crazy ass world. That's why I never look at someone who is battling addiction and using certain things to cope because it's a coping mechanism. And that's what I use it for, to cope with certain shit, because certain things that's happening, going on in my head, how people are being used, how people have been used, how people have been manipulated, brainwashed. And you're on the outside looking in and you're watching certain things unfold and you're watching things happen to the people. You're like, damn, I wish I could tell these people something to help them out. But even if you do tell them something, some people aren't even willing to listen. So you have to keep certain information for yourself. And you're spot on, bro. When you have to deal, and then when you have to leave your house and deal with a retarded society, you gotta be um elevated in that sense. You feel what I'm saying? But real elevation comes from that sobriety, bro. For real. It's only coping, it's only masking certain things. And I'm glad that I was able to step away from the weed and really um be able to collect myself with the sobriety of not being under the influence of anything, bro. But I'm not judging you. I get exactly where you're coming from, bro. Exactly where you're coming from. I was in that same space, bro. Even the other night, I made a joke and said, after this live, I'm gonna need, I'm gonna need to hit up my man, because dealing with people and society. Era 404 says we meet again. Yeah, man, I'm here. Make America great again means the economy great again. Just so everyone knows, if you can spam, you can hit the like button. Carmela said, that's a fact. Xavion, peace. Yeah, at least, and that's another thing too with the trolls and the Asians distraction. If you want to come in, at least hit the like button before you do all that and you get up out of here. Just to come, just to what I mean, cause confusion and stuff like that is crazy. Bro, tell something about beginner muscle gain. EFX. One thing I could tell you about beginning with trying to gain muscle, exercise, and whatever you do, you have to start out with calisthenics, push ups and pull ups. The effectiveness of moving around your own body weight will not only help you gain muscle, but also the strength. And with the muscle memory, when it's your own weight and you use the natural own weight, it sticks with you longer. So if you're beginning out, do calisthenics first. Start always with calisthenics, whether it be warm ups or if you finish in a workout, but it is essential. It's necessary. Man, excuse me. But pull ups, and push ups. I'm sorry. Brian Walden is bugging out. Vuz Vez, you're back in here, I see. Try not to spam the chat, people. Yeah, nah, they spamming heavy tonight. Hey, just letting you know you're so cool and keep being yourself. Love you, man. Good night. Remember, say your prayers. I appreciate that, Henry. I appreciate that, man. That's love. Nixon Dolly, yo, peace. Miss Shan saying hello, everyone. Peace out. Peace to you, Miss Shan. How you? He is reading real comments. Man. Riley Thompson says hello. Riley, peace to you. I think all American, black, and white are lost. Period. But that's how Brian Walden feels. I agree. I still see you with a bald head. Oh, Miss Shan say you still see me with a bald head. I think all women should impress themselves as they wish and embrace individuality. Riley Thompson says women and men alike. That's a fact. Individuality, setting yourself apart, knowing yourself, understanding yourself before you introduce yourself to another person, another human being, and whether that be a man or a woman. Also, got one life. Why complain about someone else's self expression? Miss Shane, you must love people with a men with a smooth bald head. Trust me, women express their self more than are annoying at this. Brian Walden, man, he says, trust me, women express their self more than they should. Y'all are annoying at this point. Wh- I feel Brian Walden to a certain extent. Women are emotional beings, so they're going to get their emotions off whether you like it or not. Can't help themselves, and some of them express it in different ways, but they are for sure the emotional being. It could be annoying for us men because we not that. Men who have their emotions under control know how to deal with it, but it is an annoyance to a certain point. Women will go outside of themselves to express themselves in different manners. And some guys are tired of it, quite frankly. But I feel like being um, set apart, expressing individuality gives more space for guys to figure out what they really want and women to figure out what they really want. Most guys would really like for their woman to be more gentle, more subtle, not as outspoken. That's just me from my observation. A lot of guys are tired of women overexpressing. The law is here now. Stop spamming. Be respectful. Fear no one but God. Peace. Peace to you. It says they fought the law and the law won. Sorry, Joe Smith, man. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I apologize for arguing with the trolls on your live, bro. And that's another thing too. Some of the trolls, if they can't get to me, they'll get to you guys in the chat. If he says, "Yeah, you got, I like that." Be honest. Hold on, I'm looking at what part of the. Let me catch up to the chat. Uh, I like that. But to be honest, I know nothing about being a mod. I wouldn't want to take the responsibility. I give y'all more credit than you think about. Now it's all good, bro. Brian, they're here to this track, bro. Yeah. Just Be Love says Seahawks. Shout out to Seattle. I said yesterday I think the Rams. I think the Rams is gonna win. But it ain't set in stone, you know? I went cold turkey. I'm almost over a year sober now. That's what's up, Zon. Yeah, some people are able to do it, but some people have grown into a addictive personality. So if you don't have that addictive personality, it's easier for some people to go just say, yo, one day I'm just quitting and then that's it. They just move forward. Some people need a coping mechanism. And some people do have a addictive personality. So, everyone's different. Everyone responds different to certain things. And with different addictions, how people's bodies respond. It all factors in. I never thought about how the mods actually have to work and never gave y'all respect, but now I'm starting to see what y'all have to deal with. Zoomers have left the chat. I'm a business owner. I'm used to firing people like Trump. You're fired, you're banned. I started smoking extra heavy once I started to seek information to quit my anxiety. Yes, that's what I was saying before was extra bad. I was always paranoid. Glad I got over that phase of the process. And that's what it was, man. That feeling over anxious and anxiety, bro. And same here. I broke up with my girlfriend. What do I do now? Samad Rai. Samad Rai, if you broke up with your girl, you asking what to do, you concentrate and focus on yourself. All that energy that you poured into your girlfriend, all that time and attention, possibly money spent, you now focus on yourself and get yourself right. Get yourself emotionally right and balance and move on. You broke up for a reason. So now focus on yourself. Sergeant Joe Smith says celebrate with the extra money you got now. Yes. But focus on yourself, bro. You don't have to worry about another person. I like that if you can spam, you can double check the screen. I am Ashley Knapp. Peace to you, sis. How you? Do you know what boozy means? I know in Tropic Hobbit, I don't know if you're boozy is in our culture, that's a rapper to us. Samad Ree, you got time to focus on yourself. Love yourself, brother. I know heartbreaks or however it ended, detachment from people, especially someone that was close to you, that you had access to, can be tough. It's hard. Focus on yourself, brother. Get yourself better. And as you do that, she gonna want to come back. Don't let her back. It worked that way. Got me too, yeah. Brent Dukes, PCU. How do I activate a beacon? Pseudo says. I don't know. What do you think about Godzilla? I think he's pretty cool. Rayfar says. These trolls like shooting ducks in a barrel. Advice to any young man in their 20s. Um, or Myrto. Myrto, I'm not too sure exactly what it is, you need advice on. But as Sergeant Joe Smith said, get into trades, landscape. That's the type of business that I'm in. Is what Sergeant Joe used to be in. Welding, mechanics, carpentry. Long story short, anyone in their 20s, young men in their 20s, has the world in their hands. You don't have a record. Even if you have a record, you still have time to correct whatever it is. Just in general, I like what Joseph. Yeah, just in general, if you don't got no police record, anything like that, that's going to hold you back, any obstacles in the way, you got the world in your hands, bro. You can do whatever you want. You're just coming into adulthood for real. In this society, when you turn 18, they like to tell you you're an adult, but you still are a teenager at 18, 19, and even at 20. You're just coming into adulthood. You still need some guidance. You still need direction to go, which way to go, because just because you turn a certain age doesn't mean now you get to make adult decisions. You still need guidance. You still need a pathway to go because the shit ain't figured out just yet. And they put that on you to make certain decisions and feel like you can make certain decisions on your own. Really not ready. So taking your time, not rushing into making big leaps and big steps like that. Um, when you're still 18, 19, right? And at 20, 21, you're old enough to now buy your own alcohol, all depending on how you look and if they really carding like that, right? But these are prime years where you're really supposed to take your time and just take your time. There's no rush to really be an adult and make big decisions because you have your future ahead of you still at that age. So you could go into many trades, do anything that you want to do, but sit down and really make that decision. Don't be so pressured. And if you need help, don't be afraid to ask for help just because your age. Me personally, if I was to give advice to a 20-year-old, I'll tell them life's too short. Make good decisions to after into a good future. Don't worry about the meaningless stuff. Yeah. Advice for breakups. My girlfriend of 3 years wanted a break at the start of 2026, and she ghosted me. And I texted other guys. Once again, got another one. Uh, Austro reacts. You need to focus on yourself. That girl ain't focused on you. She focused on herself. You focus too much on another female. You need to switch that around and now focus on you. It's done. It's done, bro. She's done with you, bro. So you need to be done with her and move on with your life. Focus on you. And it's not about going out and finding another girlfriend. Focus on you. The spotlight is on you now. Deal with the heartbreak, deal with the breakup, get through the emotion. You can only address the emotion for a little bit and then move on from it, bro. You got to man up. Take it on the chin, chalk it up for a loss, and just continue to move on. The better you improve yourself, she is going to want to come back if she sees you again and see how much you have progress. A lot of these women do that to try to make you jealous, try to make you see if you will fight hard to get back because you have put so much and poured so much into that woman. She feels like you'll probably don't know how to exist without her. You have to show her the opposite, that you wasn't really that important. You're the main character in your movie, brother. At what age would you say it's over? Oh my God. Um, it's hard to say, man. It's hard to say what age is really over. But being in your early 20s, bro, you got world is in your hands, brother. Once when you make a conscious decision of which direction you want to go, you follow that path. You stick to that path. You don't worry about the age part. You just continue to go down that path, and wherever it leads you, it's going to lead you to success if you stay focused. Saved by Love, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? Doing great, brother. Hope all is well with you. Saved by Love. But the age, there's no really. My ex at 18 tried and almost convinced me to have a child, and man, I'm glad I listened to self and dodged that grenade. Yeah, man. When I was That's another thing too. When I was eight, so me when I was 17, 18, I went to college, and I was blessed enough to play college football. So I had a certain path that had set for myself to be, a professional athlete and stuff like that. And I've gotten to play I reached to the point where I played semi-pro football, and I wasn't officially done with football until I was about 25, 25, 26. Um, nah, maybe a little bit younger than that. Anyway, when I diverted from the path of playing professional sports, semi-pro sports, um, I just got into more of intense training, hitting the gym more and stuff like that, became a personal trainer. So even at a certain point, if you go for one thing, something stops, you got to keep on going. It don't matter at a certain point what your age is, your path, whatever you laid as the foundation, you just continue to build off of that. But you're so young where you could choose a path, it could not work out for you, and then you could choose another path within a midst or have something as a backup. That's why I say you got a lot of opportunities out there. You make a decision, you have to figure out what you like, what it is, some of your goals, what you want to get to. Um, if you're a person that's on the money grind, you want to have certain things in your life, then you have time to explore a career that lands you in that spot. If you're on some entrepreneurial type time, you want to make your own way, you have that time to build yourself up to that point. But all in all, man, don't worry about what age or when is it stop or when. Listen, man, I still seek advice for the things that I need to get, and I'm almost 40. There's nothing wrong with seeking advice or getting some guidance. Um, it's just that when you have set forth and done the right things in life, you won't need as much advice because your foundation of what you have built and what you have should supersede that. But don't worry about the future, brother. The future hasn't happened yet. The future doesn't even exist yet. You feel me? What it is about right now, and now you have to build the foundation to get to where you got to get to. So don't worry about what age it stops at. But yeah, Zon, that I had a female too at one time, and that's why I brought it up when I was in college and playing semi-pro. Around the time when I was playing semi-pro, man, my girlfriend at the time, obviously we were having sex unprotected, right? And yeah, she didn't like try to convince me of having a kid at that time. And I was like 22, 23 at this time, right? She wasn't trying to convince me to have a child, but she put it out there that if she got pregnant, that she was going to keep the baby. And that scared the shit out of me. That spooked me, bro. Because also she had a career where she was running track. She was in college running track. So she was willing to, if she got pregnant, stop everything that she was doing to have this baby. And then I would have to stop everything I was doing to be there for this baby. So I was like, hell no. I think about that from time to time. I don't know if I was, what I mean, dodging a bullet. It is what it is, brother. But I connect with that story because when she had that conversation with me, I said, all right, we can't. It's a little something off about that. Hey, bid, your kid, the sergeant, wants to buy a car from him someday or have him as a doctor. Said, hey, tell your kid the sergeant wants to buy a car for him someday or have him as a doctor. Okay, hi, but I'll let him know that. Hey, that's a fact. I'm in my 20s right now and have a lot of things planned out for myself. Yeah, Zon, you look amazing for your age. Nah, bro, 40, bro. I'm 38 going on 40. Zon said she almost got me, man. Yeah. Women. Hold on, just focus on your career now. That's a fact, bro. I think about it sometime, but I definitely had to fall back from her, even though she was a great person. And yeah, that's what I was about to say too, Zon. Like I said, the female that I was dealing with at the time, she was running track. She was in college running track and stuff like that. So with her mindset and what she was thinking, like she was willing to put everything down to have a baby, bro, just for me. And it was a tough decision to make on my part because she was a great person. But when she mentioned that, I kind of looked at her different, like, damn, like there's a lot of pressure, bro. A lot of pressure. I had things going on too at that time. Like I said, I was uh, playing semi-pro football and stuff like that. Um, she was running track in college, and I don't know if that was every now and then I think about it. I'm like, was that selfish? What I did? It was kind of selfish because I thought about myself first. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but then, like when I thought about it afterwards, I'm like, nah, that's you know what I mean. For her to do that just to throw even her being in school, having to take time out of school just because we were having sex unprotected. You feel me? Like, don't have a baby until you're 30. You'll thank me later. Yeah, Zion, you got time, bro. You made the right decision, bro. I don't think you should harp over it. But it sucks when you do it to a good person. It's just that the rationale and the thinking at that time isn't always there. It's still like you said, 18, still teenagers, bro. Society will tell you you're adult and you're making that's a adult decision that you would be making at 18, 19. It's a big decision to bring another life in and you're still technically a teenager. Once again, society won't tell you like it is like that, but to me it seems like they will tell you that to have you in the workforce earlier than you really should be, making those type of decisions earlier than you should be. I'd rather have a young buck working in the workforce than someone who would just be coming along late 20s going to their 30s in the workforce. I'd rather catch you young, for real, for real. So yeah, I'd rather make you an adult younger to make you think, yeah, come out here, make adult decisions, do this and that, make some mistakes along the way. Now you make sense to me. I definitely looked at her different after, like, damn, you change and drop everything you planned to raise a person at this time. Yeah. Yep. There was a female too that came into the live a couple lives ago, and she was saying how her parents. But yeah, I'm extra focused at this. Yeah, tunnel vision, bro. Uh, her parents got married at 18. Now these are different times. Um, she said they were together for 30 years, going on 30 years and stuff like that. Um, but these are different times we're talking about. Even getting married that young, I'm like, listen, um, when she was on that, she was a virgin and she was waiting to get married to have sex and stuff like that. So I kept it all the way 100 with her. I said, listen, to find a guy that's going to be a part of your program in this day and age is going to be very rare to find. What she expressed, then she brought up her parents did that. They waited till marriage. They were married. I said, well, that was a different time. She also expressed that they were like churchgoers and stuff like that. So very religious. So it made sense for them to get married and consummate under that pretense. So that way they could probably, be together. But I was very honest with her and saying, listen, to find a young man at this age of 18, and I think she was saying she was 17 or something like that. But to find a young man of that age, 18, 19, and to tell that young man you're waiting to get married to, have sex and stuff like that, there'll be guys out there willing to do it just for the sake of access of having sex. But that's not how you want to get it because he will be disingenuous in doing that. He's not really marrying you with the right intent and with the intent to really marry you for the right reason. He's marrying you because it'll gain him access to sex. So I said to really find someone genuine to do that with is very rare in this society because a real dude that will have money, status, and access isn't going to just go with that. You'll have to catch someone that's going to be a part of your program. You're not going to catch a man that has his own program going, willing to dumb himself down for that if he has money, access, and status. He's not going to be looking for a female that's waiting to get married to have sex. Not to say that he's not going to be looking to get married, but to wait to marriage to have that, no. Mm-mm. It was some people in the chat was like, no, no, it's. I'm like, all right. Of course, it was some females that was not co-signing that. Truth of the matter is that coming from a guy and knowing other men and how what someone said before with the younger generation, the type of timing that they're on, it's gonna be rare. My mom had a daycare from when I was born till I was 18. Kids are wonderfully, especially the ones that go home with someone else. I get what you're saying, Sergeant Joe. Yeah. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, man, I appreciate you for getting these trolls up out of here, man. Especially with these silly ass questions, bro. Bryce says, Jaheed. Sergeant, you trust me. I know I learned from other people's mistakes. My siblings had kids young, so I got to see it close up and personal. Yeah, that's a fact, bro. ED, what's up, man? Peace. At a young age, you don't have the same instinct or insight as an older person. You have many plates to eat from before you actually understand what tastes really good, beneficial for growth. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact, man. And once again, I told the female, I said, listen, hold your standards. That's another thing with these women. I'm not saying anything to say go against what you are looking for, go against your standards. I would love and I told her this. I said, listen, I would love for you to go find someone that'll do you right, marry you for the right reasons, and you can have that happen for you. But what you're dealing with out here ain't that. You got your own, standards and what what I mean, what you got going on. You're not going to find too many men that is going to submit to a woman in their program, what they got going on. You'll probably most likely have a man that comes along, and if he really likes you. And ED, I'm talking about we was talking about having babies young, almost getting trapped in having babies 18, 19 years old. And I was just talking about a story of yeah, Zan says life, brother. There was a female that came into one of my live streams prior, and she was saying that she was waiting to get married to until she had sex and stuff like that. And I kept it 100 with her. I said, in this day and age, in this society, that's a rarity, and that would be rare to find a gentleman that's willing to get down with that type of program that you're putting out there. And I just express with different things. If you're looking to find someone with fame, not fame, but status and money, that man is not going to submit to your program. If you find someone on your level, and she says, you're churchgoer and stuff like that, and her parents did it, I expressed to her there was different times. And with times like this, especially being that young, 18 now, and this is what I wanted to say. Guys will, I hate to say this, but manipulate their way into getting it. And some guys will actually eat the bullet, play the role, get married, just so that way they can have access. And it was just a fair warning to watch out and be careful of who you are dealing with. And if you're really on that, really wait, really test this man and see what he's on. Some dudes will do it. All right, yeah, I'll get married to you. I'll deal with whatever I gotta deal with at the time to get what I want. Oh no, don't do that. Man needs to be 40. Women need to be in their 20s. Dang, bro. That's a rarity for sure. Waiting until marriage, those relationships usually fall apart. Damn, Zon. And I also said, I believe Carmelo was in the chat too at that time. I said, listen, me personally, I don't want to speak for all men, but me personally, and how I know men generally um roll, we want to test that out before we make any, crazy commitment like that. Not I shouldn't say crazy commitment, but marriage is marriage. But we need to have certain things, just how you want to check me and have certain things in order before we get married. I need to check some things too and make sure that I'm satisfied before we get married. So there's certain standards that women hold that wants to hold up to that standard, and there's certain standards that as a man we hold in a relationship that we want to know what we're getting ourselves into. And what I said was, if you're not good in bed, and I got to find out after we get married, I'm gonna feel some type of way. And what you're saying is on those relationships usually fall apart because the man or someone ends up stepping out, dealing with someone else. I would be happy for my wife or the person I'm dealing with to have a low body count, but and deal with someone that has no body count, that's even better. But that person don't, you know what I mean? You don't know if that person's going to be good in bed or not. It's not a total deal breaker, but it's going to be an issue. Especially if you tell me, no, I don't do this, I don't do that. All right, we're going to have a problem. Your curiosity will have a peak, but do your best to control certain outcomes because whatever is done today will not disappear tomorrow. Youth need encouragement, guidance, and support. Absolutely, Carmel. I agree. Yep. Once again, when we turn 18, 19, we are legally looked at as adults. Figure it out. You adult now. Go ahead. So that encouragement and that guidance, and even with us, some of us that turn 18, those 18-year-olds stop taking that guidance because I'm 18 now. I could do what what I mean, want to do. So they stop taking the guidance, but they still need that. They need the guidance. They need the encouragement, and of course, that support. To me, I would let my hold on, had to switch mics real fast. I knew it was gonna die, so I was prepared. Um, at 18, 19, that guidance and support and that encouragement is still needed for sure. Man needs experience to lead. Women need youth to bring child to term. Paul says you have beautiful nose. Things. Um, Brian M says, why is it called Crowd of Boys? Crowd of Boys is a nonprofit. It's an official nonprofit that I started and is in the honor and legacy of my father. God bless his soul. He started Crowd of Boys as a group of his guys back in the 80s, early 90s, um, as community work. Ever since he has passed, I've just taken the name, brought it to YouTube, and my content is based around gentlemen. Obviously, you gentlemen have semen. So my initiative and my goal has always been to get as much guys together to learn about themselves under the practice of semen retention to give out knowledge to you guys. So I just taken the name, harkened it to what I do here on YouTube. So it's a nonprofit. I created it into a nonprofit and then also a YouTube channel. So the chat ain't scrolling so faster after I took out 300. Yeah, exactly. Have to know what you're getting yourself into. Being good in bed ain't that important. You can teach her. EDI VQS. Listen to me, brother. I said that in the live stream. I said I would have to spend my time teaching. My thing is that why should I have to get married now to have to teach you? This could take place before we get married. Because if I have to find out that you're not willing to do what I'm teaching you, just because I teach you don't mean that now you're willing to do everything I'm trying to show you or how I like to be pleased, right? These things that you have to factor in. Just because I have to teach now doesn't mean you're going to be receptive to what I'm trying to show you. Ever think about that? So that's what I'm saying. I rather, me personally, if I'm going to teach you, I'd rather do it before we get married to see if you are receptive and if you are willing. You are a willing participant. Because that teaching real fast could go into he forced me. Ever think about that? See, it's a dangerous game when you playing that I'm waiting to get married stuff. And now when things go awry, I didn't really want to do this. He was telling me to do this. I didn't really want to do it. See, now, so I need to know before this time comes if you are a willing participant. See, a little you could probably call me an overthinker as well. Sometimes I overthink, but this is preparation. Sometimes it's just preparation, right? Knowing what you're getting yourself into for real. Because the moment you try to tell her, listen, I want to try some, well, I'm not really into that. You never been into that. You gonna wait till we married to tell me that You're not into that now? Now you got me trapped. You got me stuck in this marriage, and now you're gonna make me feel bad for wanting something that you're not willing to deliver on. It's a dangerous game to play when you do that. That's why I was trying to tell old girl, listen, you gonna come across somebody, and when they got you and they want you to do whatever it is, you're just into plain old missionary and stuff like that. All right, okay. Good luck on those lessons. It's sad to say in this day of society, the world is too social. Yep, social media. It's too many cons that comes with the scenario of saying it can't happen, but it's real rare. Carmela, COB is yes. It helps the youth. I'm also a coach too. And like I said, it's a nonprofit. So anything that I get donated, whether it be just through, regular YouTube stuff or whatever case may be, when YouTube pays out, or any donations that I get, it's under a nonprofit. So again, when anyone comes on here and says I'm doing it for the money and stuff like that, the money comes through, but I'm not making a living off of it. And it goes in the name of a nonprofit. But yes, with the youth, it helps families build strength in the community, showing different opportunities with giving back. The more and more that the channel and the content grows, I'll be able to more expand my reach of reaching youth, of stepping just outside the bounds of YouTube and showing the people where all the works is going. I'm not afraid to do that, right? But the expansion of everything does happen on my part the best that I can do with the resources that I have. So that's why I decided to come to YouTube with, and especially the message that I bring on YouTube and the content that I create based around semen retention. It all made sense to me. And then once again, as far as my reach can go, as I could do on my personal side, I would love to bring more guys involved into this because ultimately we have a younger generation coming up that need this type of information. Like Zahn said, with social media and everybody being so social now, it makes it tougher and harder to be a certain way, to have that time to practice a certain discipline as a young man. If you could catch this type of uh, content or have somebody guide you that's young and being able to practice that type of discipline, especially sexual discipline young, better decision making comes up out of that. You won't be getting into so much relationships so young and having to deal with heartbreak so young, dealing with other people. As young men, we deal with a lot of females young that we probably should have never been dealing with, but that sticks with us because we have a standard of upkeep that we got all these different women and we able to have access to these women. Once again, if that that female who was waiting to get married, she has a better chance of finding someone on semen retention and being married to that person over the course of time because that person will have more discipline and know how to control his emotion and stuff like that over the course of time. But he'll also be honest about his wants and his needs. He won't be overly sexualized and he won't be using a tactic of manipulation to try to get somewhere with her just in the name of, sex. But I appreciate that, Carmela, for sharing that for me. Too many women just want to have a baby and leave and get child support. Man, Sergeant Joe Smith, I'm gonna contact you about your charity, but I can hey Sergeant Joe Smith, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Um my email is Crowd of Boys, just the way that is spelled on my channel. with a Z at gmail.com. And it's also in my description, bio, whatever the case may have you. If she respects you, she will listen. Once again, if she respects herself enough, she'll trust you and where you're leading her, right? If she respects herself enough and she holds down to her standard, um, and what you're saying, if you're saying that I'm not waiting to get married to see what it is, she's holding up her standard, then somebody or something has to give, right? Once again, are you submitting to her or is she submitting to you? And you're going to find out very quick what's it going to be. So, me personally, like I said, I'm going to give her the opportunity. Are we going to do this now or are you still going to stand on that with your program? If you're going to be on that with your program, you can go ahead. I have no problem with letting people go. If that's what you want, all right, then it's not going to work out. I'm not going to be willing to teach you now that now that we're married. I'm not doing that. I'm not waiting until we're married. She is. So she can wait till she's married with someone else. Period. She's going to have to respect that. She's going to have to listen to that. Period. She got enough respect for herself to really hold down to her standard. I commend her and I respect her for that. But that's early submission into what she wants to do. It's not even about the respect, it's just the willingness of the person too. Listen, like I said, if you're willing to submit to a woman's program of her waiting to get married, then you're going to be submitting to her. And if you don't think that's going to roll over into the marriage, because I got him to do what I wanted to do. You don't think that plays in a woman's psyche? That you are now under her control. See, once again, I'm an overthinker, but when you watch people, listen to people for real and what their agenda is, she wants someone to submit to her program. Period. You really think she's going to listen to you? No. When she says, no, I'm not comfortable doing that, you think she's going to listen to you now all of a sudden? You're naive, EDI. Lemon Blizzard says, what's your thoughts on Charlie Kirk? Hey, you know what? That's a great question. And EDI says, I can tell you're a young guy because you're worried about the wrong things. Okay. You're right. You're absolutely right, EDI. I'm just all right. Go ahead. All right. You be the one to go get married to a chick that says she's waiting to get married and see if you are really in control of that relationship. You just want to argue. You another one that just want to argue, I see. EDI, something's gonna happen to you in this chat. And when the people catch on to who you really are, you're gonna be gone. So I would tread carefully. I would tread very carefully right now. Lemon Blizzard, I got you right now. But there's somebody in this chat that's posing as they're cool, but they're really not. They're not listening to what I'm saying. They just have a rebuttal for everything I'm saying. You're listening to respond. You're not listening to really hear what I'm saying. I'm a young guy worried about the wrong things. I'm being honest as a man. And don't and please, Joe Smith, leave him in here. Not just yet. Not just yet. Sergeant Joe. But EDI, I'm single. I'm not in a relationship, and I'm cool with that. Right? I'm not worried about females right now at all. I got a little man to raise. I got a 9-year-old. I have to raise him into a man. I would tell him the same thing I'm telling you guys. I promise you, do not submit to no female, period. If a female tells you she's not doing this until she gets married, that's an ultimatum. Now you having me going here of what it really is that she was saying. Active listening and reading comprehension is very important. When a female puts it out, that's her terms. You're holding on to something that as a man naturally wants before he gets married. I don't care what type of timing you're on. For men, real men, if you're afraid to say it, cool. I'm going to say it. Real men want sex in a relationship, period. We want to know what it is before we make any commitment of that sort. If you submit to a woman into doing that, she has you around her finger. Go ahead and test it out if you want. Get a real live demonstration. Go ahead, mess with a female that says she's waiting to get married, and watch how that marriage turns out. You're not going to be the one that she respects. She's going to one that she looks down on you because you submitted down to her and her program. And I'll leave it at that. That's the last time I'm going to say it. Now, Lemon Blizzard, my thoughts on Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was out here speaking his truth, saying what he was saying. Once again, I don't do too much of the politics and stuff like that, so I wasn't really too much aware of, and I wasn't a follower of his to be up on everything he was saying and what he was about or whatever. I heard that he may have said some things about the black community or how he felt about the black community. I don't really pay too much attention to that. Now, being shot and killed for what he was saying, what he was preaching. Um, and I shouldn't say preaching or what he stood on, his standards or whatever he thought, um, and how he expressed himself for whatever reason, wasn't agreed upon, and no one deserves to lose their life over just speaking their truth, no matter if you disagree with the man or not. It shouldn't happen. Being that it happened in the fashion that it happened, um, no, it's a sad situation. Some people feel there's a conspiracy that he was set up. His wife is moving around. I hear very a certain type of way that you wouldn't think a wife would move around after your husband was assassinated or killed or whatever you want to say. Um, I really have no thoughts on him. I didn't know him. Not too much up on his information. Didn't listen to anything really he had to say. Once again, I'm not into politics like that, and for that reason, only got minimum thoughts on that. But no one deserves to have their life taken away because they're expressing free speech or however they feel, whether it be about another race, creed, or color, whatever. It's not my call. Zon, man, I just checked. The weather is going to be 1 degrees in the morning. Yeah, I'm in East Coast and PA, bro, in the mountains. It's been cold every day. I'm hungry, ghost. You're a hungry, ghost too. I slave impulse that controls you. Raised by thieves, outlaws, and rogues through the Kali Yuga age. Solitary rose grew. Carmela says, keep it cute on the test run. And that's what I'm saying. The test run is necessary for me. I'm not overly sexualized. I'm not someone out here that's just having sex with women and figuring out, all right, nah, it was all right. That's not, you shouldn't control a relationship. It's cool. No one is saying anything. No one is saying anything about, what's crazy, Dante? More women want to be in a relationship with me than I want to be in a relationship with women. I have no issues with women. Trust me, dog. None at all. You see this mug? You see this smile? I have no issues. Never had issues with women. And it's not about controlling a relationship. It's about people wanting to control the relationship. When you put, I never put out any standard on a woman or what she need to do or what I want from her. A young lady came on here for advice. She put out there that she wants to wait till marriage to have sex. When she goes out to date and she puts that on the person that she's dating is an ultimatum for that man. But most thorough night midnight streets, I hear how YouTube areas. YK not, I don't know. I don't, you gotta talk English, brother. Yeah, EDI, man. We on to you, brother. Dante, you another one. I'm watching, but being lenient. I'm allowing negativity as long as it's not spamming. Yeah, nah, Dante is another one. But don't let Dante live for a little bit. Let me catch up to the chat a little bit. I don't know if you got him going up out of here just yet. Man has XY chromosome. All right. Let me catch up a little bit, guys. Yeah, when you speak your truth and you are who you are, a lot of people don't find that they'll tell you what I'm lost because of that. Nah, you're lost. You're delusional. Another thing is I ain't even want to say that. I respect my women out there. It's cool. Can you shout out my channel, Bubba VR? Bubba VR, shouts out to you and your channel, brother. Once she noticed that she can control you and you submit to it, the list of things she wants control of will get longer. Zon, that's what I'm trying to say. You see, it's not just going to be, it's not just going to stop there. And that's what I'm trying to get whoever these other people are that's saying whatever they're saying, they're not listening. All they're hearing is control this, control that. I'm trying to tell them, no, I don't listen. When I talk to women, I'm in the graces of women. I don't put out any demands. Women are the ones that have all these standards that men have to have this, they have to have that. They need to move like this. They got to have a certain amount of money in the bank. They got to listen. I want to get to know you and what's going on up here. Never made a woman more mad by not caring. Right. And when you stop caring, that's when they're infatuated with you. Kirk was with that rainbow stuff. All right. He was talking, taking out. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for getting that out of here. That was real pretty J. Peace. Oh, man. Anyone who has hate in their heart only has room for it because they have evicted God. Man. Carmela says, what does he want to be delivered? They already got that one idiot says, sup, peace. And YK Not says, a man has XX chromosomes. What? No, that's not right. Or am I bugging? I thought men have XY chromosomes. Welcome new people. Unless you've had like A COVID gene therapy XY after that. Why can't I? I don't know what's going. I don't know what you talking about, brother. He says no. They were asking what people look for in a man. Now he was trying to be facetious, bro. In the Bible, God hates wicked heathens. Cowboy Christian McCarthy. Peace to you, brother. Job work says don't gatekeep. Drop the gems for us to make the bag in 2026. My journey is learning every day. YK not. Christian Cowboy says what you stand for. K-pop, peace. Trying to make money moves, huh? Job work. You chasing money? I don't chase money, brother. Sorry. I make money work for me. When you work for money, you're on the bad side of it. You got to make money work for you. Facts true. I want my woman to work for me. Yeah, that's funny. I didn't mean to confuse you. Man, I was talking to someone in the chat. I thought, yeah, it was a little bit confusing for me because I was trying to catch up, but I got you on YK not. In my opinion, that's not wrong. You want to have a perfect family. Every man dreams. Yeah, good looking on that, sir. I tried to get ahead of you on that one when I seen the spam twice. I tried to take care of that one. Um, but once again, and I guess the guys who were going back and forth with me with the, I don't know if they still in here, but I'll say it again. It's not about trying to control. It's not a control thing. But once when I see that manipulation game and that control game being played with me, I know how to play it back. That's it. See, I approach and I come to women with a certain mindset and how I move. If you're going to put standards in front of me, well, I have standards for you. It depends on the woman, though. That's a fact. But this isn't about a control thing. I can't control nobody for real. You're going to do what you want to do as a woman. If the moment you feel like you don't have that emotional feeling for me no more as a woman, whatever your feelings are for me, then it is what it is. You're going to do what you got to do, and you're going to do what you got to do. I don't control nobody. That's not what I'm in it for. I don't pay nobody's phone bill but my own. So if I text a woman, she don't text back, I'm not blowing up her phone. Why you not texting me back? Or if I call a woman, she don't call me back, I'm not double texting, I'm not calling back, or none of that shit. You see my call, you see my text, you're not responding, you want to go ghost, poof, be gone. I'm not clingy or controlling. So I respect that both ways because when I got shit going on and I can't respond to you, it's going to be for a good reason. And I don't need no explanation for anything. So that's not my game. That's not my speed to play this controller game. Let me see how I can control this person. But if you have certain needs and wants or standards, you want that met, you put that on the table. And this is what I have on the table. Leo Lopez says, for Donald. That's how you feel about them. That's just the way it goes. If we really in a we're working towards something in a relationship, of course we're gonna have our certain needs, we're gonna have certain things. But when you make a bold statement of saying marriage is when you're planning to have sex, it's not me, and that's it. You have beautiful eyes, big dog. Thank you. Thank you. Fire Nation, thank you, brother. Um, I could see that if you control the outcome would be unnatural. If you let go of the control, the true person would be revealed. Listen, I'm very much of a person of letting things be natural. If you are naturally attracted to me, right? If you naturally have an attraction to me and you trust me, what's the problem with consummation? What's the problem with that energy exchange? But now holding out until marriage, putting that demand like this is what's necessary before we really want to get into it. In the ancient days, that was marriage for real, for real. This is soul tie. We really want to talk about it. I'm not saying anything that's actually wrong or controlling. If you want to take it to a modern society standard, you want to get married for real to have sex. Marriage is actually the consummation. The first time you're really supposed to be with that person that you have sex with the first time. Surprise! It's a soul tie. It's an attachment. You're supposed to have that with that person. It's very intimate. You're tied to that person. When it's very passionate, the sweat and all that breathing y'all doing together and all that other stuff, skin touching the skin, is a very intimate practice when it's done right. That's actual consummation in marriage. It's a soul tie. It goes deeper than just paperwork and doing shit at a at the courthouse. The courts is involved. Good luck. Because I'm not going to waste my time trying to change a single independent lady. My type is a chill, nerdy, feminine, submissive lady that's loyal. Any woman that deals with me, I'm not going to lead them into a overly sexualized relationship where I just want sex. I need sex. That's not what it's about. But sex is on the table. I'm gonna be very honest. Not wait until marriage to do that. Right? It's boundaries. Just like some women like nerdy guys that can be controlled easily. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. There's guys out there that's willing to be controlled like that. That's willing to submit to a woman. That's what she's looking for. A real woman knows a man's needs and will cater and will nurture to his needs. When you put that on the forefront of saying, I'm going to take one of your needs away and put it on the back end of marriage, what does that woman now have to offer to you for real, but just companionship, someone to talk to, a buddy, go out on dates? I'm being very honest, bro. It's a part, it's a part of the relationship. I'm just bold enough to be honest out here on the internet, say for what it really is. For men, sex is a part of the relationship. Period. I love talking to my woman. I love having a deep conversation, intellectual conversation. That's one of my things that I always go for when I talk to certain women. When we're really getting to know each other, I need to know what's up here because your mind state, where it's at, will affect me. It will affect me the more I deal with you. Our soul tie binds us together more than any piece of paper we can sign and say, stamp, we are married. Yeah, I think Dante left. I wanted to keep him around for a little bit too. I'm not gonna lie. That's funny, Sergeant Joe Smith. I wanted to keep him around for a little bit. Agreed. It is magic. If perverted, it may become a hell on earth. Yes, YK not. Men need to understand their power and start practicing polygyny, not polygamy. D Warren, are you a man or a woman? Polygyny is in the Bible. And this is another thing. If we doing a polygyny thing, because a lot of women are possessive and want to control, how can you wait till marriage to have sex? Want to control that aspect. Now, what if I want to introduce polygyny? Are you okay with me going outside and introducing another wife into our marriage? To bring in another wife into our marriage? Is it control? Now, is it me being controlling? Is it me, or is it exercising my biblical right? See, the game gets tricky. You start making certain demands and having certain standards. All right, you're gonna come across the right one. Like I said, old girl said, parents were in the church and stuff like that. They got all right, it's certain stuff that is practiced in this Bible. If you don't know, it can get very tricky. So you want to hold that to a standard. Men, I would never bring myself to committing. Unfortunately, the women I know complain and nag, and it's very unpleasant to be around for too long. Yeah, it's a drain of energy, brother. I get it. I didn't said I didn't do it. AVM Meso says my yes, my African brother. Peace to you, man. D Warren says you are a fellow sapiophile and you're a woman. Okay, yeah. That's crazy for you, D Warren, to bring that up. Polygyny. A woman bringing up polygyny is very rare. You caught my attention. But what's a sapiophile, D Warren? I haven't heard that term. I don't know whether to be offended or take that as a compliment. You gotta let me know. Put me on. Fire Fire Nation says how you look goes with the relationship too. And some would disagree, but would you dress inappropriate if you love God? Fire Nation, I believe in expression of how you carry yourself, you know what I mean, is going to be on you. And you'll get judged by how you carry yourself. So if you dress a certain way, move a certain way, your actions gonna, you know, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. God name is Yahweh. That's why you should consider practicing polygyny. D Warren, I'm someone who is sexually aroused by intelligence. Okay, all right, damn, I never heard that. Am I sexually aroused by intelligence? I guess you would say that, yeah, because the mind state of a woman that I'm attracted to that. I am attracted to that. I'm not gonna lie. So if that's what it falls, so yeah, that is a compliment. Thank you, D Warren. Hold on, as a wife or husband, you should look sexy for your partner if you love them. Yeah, Fire Nation, I agree with that. Um, Aren't you a celebrity or someone you look like someone famous? I'm me. I am someone famous. I have celebrity energy. That's what it is. Regardless if it's a man or a woman. Save your file. Yes. Ancient ancient old shit sage, thank you. I never seen that term before, but yes, that's like top three attractiveness to me. Your mental health has to be intact and intellectual or willing to learn, period. Not out here like a damn NPC. Um, but D Warren, giving me that blessing and peace to you, sis, of me practicing polygyny. Listen to me very carefully, right? It's already hard enough in this society to deal with just one woman. Now trying to deal with one woman and trying to break her out of what society has groomed her to think and be, it's going to be a task all in itself. Now, to get her to get down with my program and now introduce another female, because in this modern society, modern women, in the state that they're in, they're very possessive, very controlling. My man, this is my man, which is cool, right? But now when you have to share your man, you got to deal with jealousy. A lot of these women, it's a competitive thing also. It's like a competition thing. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. Having multiple wives, you get me, D Warren, like is very tricky with women and how they are now in this day and age in this society. I would love to be able to have multiple wives, and it's not for a reason of having access to sex. Not a sexualized being like that. Not overly sexualized. I understand what polygyny is and what it is for. I don't like to talk about it because it'd be too many trolls in here, and it'd be too many distractors and immaturity. It's too many immature people when it comes to talking about subjects like that. But I understand the purpose of it. I understand also what I carry and what I bring to the table and how I could benefit having multiple wives. Not multiple women. It's easy to get multiple women. Very easy. Actually having multiple wives, building community the right way. So, can you own multiple businesses? Yes, absolutely. This is a thing, Sergeant Joe Smith. So, once again, when you're dealing with this society and the modern times is and these modern women, it's crazy. I'm gonna go back up and catch up to the chat a little bit because some people were saying some sexy is sexy is an idol. But hold on, aren't you? Oh, okay, I already read that. Most women wouldn't be into that. It's rare in this day and age. Yep, in a world that's possibly hypothetical speaking. Cowboy Christian McCarthy, start here for Biblical Truth Pastor. Pastor Gino Jennings. I know who that is, Lewis, and peace to you. Um, no, I'm good. I'm good on I've listened to him before and it's okay. Are you related to someone famous or keep in contact with someone with connections? Um, Cosmil Cantor. Nah, I'm not related to anyone famous or I don't keep in contact with anyone famous. I'm just famous on YouTube for right now. That's it. I was just playing around. I have celebrity energy. I wasn't playing around with that. The way I carry myself, the way I speak my mind, the way I move. I move solo, dolo. That's it. Star energy. Say by Love says, I got blessed for real. I got what I need now for what I'm going to do. That's great to hear, Say by Love. Blessings to you. It's not rare for a man to be able to corral and have women be in agreement of a lifestyle. B. Warren, I don't know. Marcus Mudno says, how flexible are you? We do have scriptures in the Bible of men having multiple wives. No, that's a fact. But also, there are scriptures of that type of practice being some of these prophets' downfalls who had multiple wives because of stepping too much out of bounds with the women. That probably corrupts people having many partners, Cosmil Cantor says, or many wives. Yeah, that's the comment I wanted to go back to. And that's exactly what I just said. I was trying to catch up. Um, Hold on for a second. Let me catch up, guys. Who would want multiple wives? Imagine all the nagging. And this is the thing, Sergeant Joe Smith is about having them up here intellectually. Why and what are we doing this for? Some of these women need help. They need to get a break. We all need to get a break. So it's not about the nagging and all that stuff. Sometimes the other woman could come in and reduce the nagging. Talk to that woman. That other woman, that other wife that you're dealing with, if she's cool, if she's calm and collected, yo, let me go talk to her. She would be your mouthpiece and vice versa. If anything's going on between the two, listen, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's trying to help, whatever. The wife is supposed to be a helpmate. So however she can help, having another woman instead of you dealing with the nagging, trying to make sense, you'll have somebody else step in who's the other wife and go talk to that woman. That's how it's supposed to work. It's really supposed to be all one big family. I'm down for Shave God has in store for me. Building a tribe. Yes. You're not the same person every day, and polygamy is beneficial not just for you, for the women as well. Yeah, guys, I'm just catching up to the chat for real. Carmela says showing appreciation in a relationship comes in many ways. Being sexy is her presence. It's the aura, her scent, the body language. Sexy may be determined by what one wears, but those clothes, it's the body and characteristics of the individual. D. Warren says it's not rare because you have pimps and hoes. The Amish cultures in other countries. I'm close to a Amish farm out here. So there's an Amish civilization near where I live in Pennsylvania, and that's one of the things that the Amish do as well. They have multiple wives. It's community. It's tribe. It's a tribal thing. You look at Africa; those tribes also practice the same thing. They have multiple wives. What I'm saying is that it's rare because I'm in the states. You feel me? I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in the mountains. That's not happening over here. And whether I go to back into Jersey, if I go New York, if I go to Philly, if I go in these states, is rare to find. It's rare to find to really hone down on that relationship with one, get them on that program, and then have them together to really make a plan. It's a rare thing, and it's an uphill battle because what comes with that is once again the sex part, the jealousy, how we going to spend time with this man or whatever's going on. The thing is that that man is supposed to be taking care of business, being able to hold down, like you're saying, is like owning a business, holding down households. But when I have to hold down households and also control businesses, it's a rare thing. It's not. Uh, Pimps extort their chicks, and Cowboys Christian. Yes, I was gonna get to that too. D Warren, D Warren, I appreciate the love, and thanks for that donation, D Warren. I appreciate you. Thank you everyone for being part of the chat. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, man, I thank you for putting in that work, man, as a moderator, man. I appreciate you, brother. But yes, pimps, it's extortion of their chicks, and with pimps, they put out their women that they deal with, and it's pretty degrading the work that they have them do. I get what you're saying with the as far as the mindset and how it's supposed to work, but to actually have them work on a core like that, a pimp has them actually degrading themselves to that manner. And that's something, you know what I mean? You gotta have a moral compass to be able to deal with something like that. I would much rather my husband be happy going out into the world as opposed to sneaking and cheating. Yeah, D Warren. And we the only ones that don't get it. Good guy, activism says, Euro, peace, brother. Peace to you, man. Maurice Tool, it takes two to make one. Maurice Tool, man, you a fool for that. But he's right. And D Warren, yes. If if we had more on that program and introducing that program, and once again, that comes with the man having resource for real to be able to hold down both wives. No complaints. It comes with money. On my way to the moon, know thyself. Timid no say. Um, will you, the man, have to ready have a plan are very powerful. It's a part of us that we haven't even tapped in. IDK was good, bro. I was just giving an example of it not being rare for a man to have women all in one place. Yeah, I got what you were saying. I got what you were saying with the pimp the pimping the pimping mind state. But that mind state does come from somewhere. That's picked up from what that is. It's just that the manipulation, you know what I mean? When you use you know what I mean, that type of example, the manipulation that comes with that and what it's put out to do. Um, but having them under the same program, under your umbrella, under that protection of. And that's the things that I do respect about real pimps who do it. Once again, you gotta have to have a cold heart in that game, and your moral compass has to be 180. Your moral compass is on a 180 when you're in that type of game. But to have women in one place, be under your program, and have them under that tutelage is also protection comes with that. It should come with that. But already women who are willing to put themselves out there like that. That's one thing. It's not just the pimp doing that to him because he got him, and it's just he's taking advantage of the situation. Some females are already putting themselves out there, but they're putting themselves in a lot of danger when they get along with a pimp. That's protection. They guarantee protection and you know other things that come along with it. I don't want to keep on talking about the pimps, but that analogy I get. I don't want you to make it think that was a bad analogy, but I don't want to confuse the people in the chat as well. Um, but it's the same thing with the intellect and getting them under the same program. If you became president, what would you do first? Sergeant Joe Smith, if I became president, bro, I think I'll be assassinated the first day, bro. I'll be assassinated the first day. Because the way they did JFK for speaking his truth, yeah. And I'm so serious. The way they did JFK for speaking his truth, if I was president, yeah, I would talk that shit, bro. and they would have to get me up out of here the same day. I'll be gone. No impeachment, no nothing. Just get me straight up out of here. I wouldn't hold anything back. I was ruler of the nation. I would try to do the most to help my people out and help the people out in general. I put out a lot of truths out there to make the people aware of what's going on, and then try to bless others. And that will cause them to have to get me up out of here. Favorite board game as a kid. I answered that favorite board game as a kid was checkers. I like playing checkers, and then, as I grew up, chess. Love chess. How I'm a fool for that. That's the truth. No more words too. I was just joking when I said you a fool for that. No, I'm saying you're right though. I was just joking around, brother. Charles Hill. I'm sorry. Charles Hill says I got my screen is cracked. And Rugans, you always come in here with that same line, bro. Sergeant one of my favorites is the game, perfection and operation. Charles Hill said first day. Yeah, first day I'm going. I never had them. I liked risk. Yeah, Monopoly was another one too. Even as a adult, I still love Monopoly and Mousetrap. D. Warren says, so was it immoral when Abraham pimped Sarah 3 times in Genesis? Damn, D. Warren. That's why it's called the oldest profession. Yes, I know D. Warren. I know. Listen, D. Warren. Me, once again, it's a cold game. You gotta have a cold heart, right? You sell off your wife, sell off the woman that you with, right? For those standards, you have to make the determination, moral compass. Once again, just because Abraham did it, just because some of the prophets that were in the Bible did certain things, doesn't mean that they were right. Some of those things show you an example of what to do and what not to do. If you truly have someone that you have as your wife and you're willing to put them out there like that, not once, not twice, but 3 times, do you really consider her a wife for real? So, to me personally, it's a little bit of immorals out there because if I have a wife and we rocking how we rocking, whether we're in a and I have another wife, whatever the case may be, if I'm willing to put you out there like that for the namesake of money, obviously my love for money is much deeper than actually my wife. I wouldn't put my wife out there like that. Not my first wife or my second wife. Whether I had 3 wives, 4 wives, I would not put my wives out there like that. If they're my wife. Now, if they're not my wife, then we're talking about business here. It is what it is. And I'm gonna leave it at that. You wouldn't do all that. I thought the convo was about chicks. Charles Hell, it is about chicks. It's about chicks, wives, women. I remember when Mousetrap. Uh, hold on. Oh, Charles Hill said, I remember when Mousetrap came out. 10 Kings coming. Oh, the chat is jumping, guys. Give me 1 second. 10 Kings Coming but dang dogs. All right. Jack noise. 225. Jack. How much do I bench? 225. I don't go too heavy nowadays with the bench pressing. I have like elbow tendonitis that I'm still trying to fix, get over. So until I get the proper equipment and stuff like that, arm sleeves and stuff like that, before I really start going heavy with certain movements. Also from playing football, like I got a click. When I curl too, I don't go too heavy because I have like a click in my elbow for playing football. So my body is banged up from those years of playing football and stuff like that. But it's not anything too alarming. Like I don't experience the pain. It's just it feels weird at the time. D Warren says chess is my shit. Yeah. In my house right now, I have Monopoly, Jenga, Operation, Perfection, Backgammon, Connect Four. Yeah, I got Sorry. Once again, I got a 9-year-old son, so I got certain board games. I got Sorry, Uno, and stuff like that. Um, Sorry, Joe Smith. I was getting checkers and chess too. And I have some jacks too. Yeah, yeah, that's funny. Carmelos, jacks. That's an old school game. Um, I have a game also called Mancala. If anyone knows about that, D Warren says it's a power move. Don't you think? I'm in South Africa. What time is it? Mason Reed. Shouts out to South Africa. Right now on this side in the states, it is 1:20 a.m. after midnight. Carmela says, "Well, I would have to be the madam of the house." Carmela says she would have to be the madam of the house. She gotta be the one running things. If you were experiencing famine, not just being broke, not just being down on our luck, but famine, you would, bro. You look like Kyrie Irving, low key. Yeah, I get that too. That's another one I get to is Kyrie. I'm from the same area, originally from the same area. That's great, Kyrie, man. Shouts out to Kyrie. I got to see him play in high school and everything. Playing in high school, and at the time they was in the same group as us, basketball, St. Pat's in Jersey, great state of New Jersey. And D Warren, I hear you. In those times and what's going on and what was happening in those times, what are you saying? Where it's famine, shit is going to shit is going to the dust. What's going to be selling is what's going to be selling. I get you. But hear me though. I would try to do the most in those times. Be prepared before those times to make sure that everyone is protected. Because at in those times too, who's to say if it's famine, down on the luck, that somebody just won't come and just take it from us. If you make it accessible like that in those times, it's going to come a time where they might just say, "Yo, we're going to stop paying for it. We're just going to come and take it." That's that's what I'm saying. It gets tricky. So I would do my best to try to protect it all, so it doesn't have to come down to that point. And also, I'm a man that I'm willing to. I've said this before in previous lives. I rather die on my feet than live on my knees like a coward. So, yeah, I'm one of those. When something is mine for real, I'm not giving it away for anything. So I'd rather die on my feet than live like a coward. Or I'd rather die on my feet than be on my knees and die like a coward. Listen, brother, I was trying to sleep the other night and reach for melatonin, but instead I took some melanin by accident. Now I'm a brother. All right, bro, you got it. Jasmine Rose says it's 10:21 in the West Coast. Need to go to sleep soon. Jasmine Rose, peace to you, sis. And yeah, over there in the West Coast. Where in the West Coast that you at? Where are you located in the West Coast? You in Cali? Been wanting to come out there, man. So you think sex is a big deal to women from your comments earlier? D Warren, yes, I think it is. To a certain extent. I think women enjoy sex just as much as men. They just aren't as open about it because women have to carry themselves a certain way. If they're too outspoken about sex, they'll get looked at a certain way. They'll be deemed under a certain light. But women enjoy sex just as much as men. Being a big deal or a deal breaker, women would have to say. I can't speak for women on that. You feel what I'm saying? But I know women like sex just as much as men do. What's up, G? How are you? AHTOHW. Peace to you, brother. Silly ruler lover says hi. Peace. Maxitrillion. What's the sign behind you? Timid no say. D Warren says I be on Oculus. What's that? D Warren. What's Oculus? The sign behind me, Maxi Trillion says, timid no say means know thyself, is Latin. Carmela, you can be the boss of my wives and keep them in line. Silly ruler lover, say hi. He said that already. You look like a slim Corey Holcomb. Yo, shouts out to that's funny, D Warren. Shouts out to Corey Holcomb, man. He's funny as hell. He's funny as hell. He has a show on YouTube, little podcast or whatever. And I recently seen that he got into some. It's about to take this dude's head off. And Jasmine Rose says California. What part of California you in? And yes, D Warren, I'm a Cancer. And Marvin Gaye too. Is it? That's D Warren. What's up with you, D Warren? Marvin Gaye is one of my favorite artists, Motown artists. When I went to Detroit, I went on the Hitsville tour, and that's what I told the tour guide, the tour lady. Marvin Gaye, one of my favorite artists. So that's you know what I mean. One of the reasons that I went on there. Stevie is another one. Of course, MJ and his brothers all at Motown. But yeah, that's crazy that you said that. Marvin right here was a wild boy though. But his music though, that's something it resonates crazy to me even till this day. Um, but yeah, Corey Holcomb, that's funny as hell. Yeah, he's about to take this dude's heads off on one of his podcasts last week because he told him that he was basically emasculating him, calling him out in his name in front of his face too. So he stood up to him, and he ended up getting off his stream and stuff like that. But it was crazy, bro. But I'm a fan of Corey Holcomb. He's cool. He's a cool dude, funny as hell, comedian. I would love to go see one of his stand up as well. What's your opinion on white women that date black men and use the N word? Damn, AFK Gringo is asking me what's my opinion on white women that date black men and use the N word. Sheesh. Oh man. Um, hold on for a second. And D Warren, I got you with that comment for the ladies. I gotta address this. What's my opinion on white women from AFK? I love all women, bro. I find beauty in all women. I have no disregard for our women, bro. I don't demonize women, anything like that. Whatever I say about women and my feelings about how I move when I'm dealing with women isn't to slight them. My preference for me is black women. That's what I prefer. That's what I'm into. That's what I'm more naturally attracted to. Um, Now, white women who date black women, once again, that's their choice, whatever their preference is, whatever the case may be, that's on them, right? Now, them using the N word. I will say this also before I before I move on with white women dating black women. And it's the same thing with black men dating white women or white men wanting to date black women. I believe it's a fetish thing. It's not more so an attraction thing. When I sometimes see it, it's more of a fetish. That's just me and what I've seen, right? And what I've heard. How can you tell that I'm Cancer, D Warren? Um, so that's my thoughts on when interracial dating is going on, especially between white and black, whether it be man, woman, woman, man, whatever. Sometimes it could be more of a fetish thing, both sides playing its part. Now, the use of the N word, I got no control over that. You can use whatever word you want. The N word doesn't affect me. Even yesterday, someone on the live was like, don't use that word, king. Don't refer to yourself as that word, king. And that jogged me to stop using the word and stuff like that. But that word has never really affected me. Even if I've been called that before, even to my face. It don't doesn't affect me because I know what that tactic is to try to entice you to get a reaction out of you to make you act outside of your body. It's trying to draw attention and thinking that it's going to hurt you or do whatever and make me feel some type of way. But I really don't care about it. So when that word is used, um, and once again, when it's used in the context to in a hurtful way and stuff like that, I've grown up in places where white boys have gotten a pass to use the word. But if I hear a white woman use that word in that context, she's with her black man or whatever case may be. Listen, if he's okay with it, then that's none of my business. It's none of my business for real. I'm not affected by the word. I don't really care who uses it. So that's just my opinion. I don't get too up in my feelings about the N word. D Warren had asked, ladies, do you agree that sex is like an event to us and men and just do it at the drop of a dime? D Warren, I've heard that before. Someone has said that before, D Warren, that ladies treat sex more like an event. So I kind of agree with you with that because I've heard one. I don't know where I heard that from, but it was a woman having dialogue about sex and what it is to them, and they said the same thing, and those women were in agreement. So I agree with you. Like I said, you know what I mean. You women have to speak for yourselves about that, what it means to you guys, and how important it is. Um, but for men too, it can be an event if you're really attracted to the person that you're having sex with. That's what I'm saying. When you take a step back as a man and have your own sense of self-respect for yourself and you really value your body like that, you start to treat sex just as you're saying as a man too, D Warren, as an event. Protecting our energy when you jump on semen retention as men. That's what my content is about. It's about semen retention. When you've taken that practice and that discipline and as a man start to really value your sexual energy and hold on to your sexual life force, now when you're ready to do whatever with someone, we'll still do it at the drop of a dime. I'm not saying in that, but we're more concerned now about really conserving our energy for real. So we hold a little bit more of it as an event because now we value our semen now. We understand the power that our semen gives us when we hold on to it and we practice that set discipline. But I agree with you. Let me catch up to the chat to see what everybody's saying. Sean says, I'm so drunk, no amount of persuasion will make me feel any stronger. But because I respect your opinion, I want to know what the strongest. I'll kindly wait for your response. What? Sean 11, you got to rephrase that question. What the strongest what? Do you know this live is protected by a viper? Stand back. He chops chops you down and goes by Sergeant. Yeah, Carmelo Sergeant came in here and was doing his thing. Um, at least it's a healthy fetish. Some have fetishes that are not good. Athena, yeah, it can be a healthy fetish until you got to introduce that black man to your folks, and that can go left. The fetish is all good, and you feed into the fetish until you got them introduce them to around your people, and they give that look like, oh, you're messing with a black guy. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've heard the stories. Sergeant Joe said, and my lovely Carmela keeps my wives in line and makes sure do our housework. That's why I cherish her and take her place. Yeah, listen. If you're gonna do the polygyny thing and have the multiple wives, or whatever the case may be, multiple women, and you pimping out there, you always gotta have the one to keep them in check. You always gotta have that one to keep them in check. Y'all funny as hell today. I appreciate y'all. A man's body goes inside her. Whoa. Athena says it's extremely personal for females. It's internal for females, literally. Yes, Athena. That's a fact. I believe. Yeah, I agree with that. Folks can grow up in folks can grow up and mature. Um, Athena, that's true, but I've heard some wicked stories. I've heard some wicked stories about that part in both sides. Black man bringing a white girl home, or a white girl bringing a black man home. Tina, peace to you. I didn't skip over you. I just wanted to make sure I address certain things. Tanaz, always great to see you in here, love. Hey, hope you had a good day. Even though I'm Hispanic, I get mad when some of my nephews use that word. I get on their butt. I don't like to use it, and I won't allow them to use it. Yeah. Southern Cal, Jasmine Rose. Peace to Southern California. Yeah, Sergeant Joe, man. I appreciate you again, brother. But yes, folks grow up, and not every. And this is the thing. I've been around some cool Caucasians, and even in the Spanish culture, some people have to be careful bringing home a melanated man. Been on that side too, but it's a culture thing. You know what I mean? All depending on the culture, how you know what I mean, the upbringing and stuff like that, was happened in the past, gets tricky a little bit. But it is a fetish. But the thing with fetishes is that it is a fetish for a reason, though. You can chalk it up to be a healthy fetish, but is it really true attraction? And that's the difference. If it's true attraction, I'm all for it. But some people are feeding into a fetish, and fetishes are tied a lot to lust. So that's why I said what I said about, you know what I mean? It could be a fetish for some people. Oh, I never dealt with this type of person, so they want to go out and experience that. That's a fetish. That's not attraction. That's you going to seek something that you don't really know if you are attracted to. So you can make it sound good by saying it's a healthy fetish, but when it's attraction, you are not. This is attraction here. You are attracted to somebody. You're attracted to them. If it's good and dandy with attraction, then you're good. But be careful with fetishes. Uh, if your semen is your energy, call, call me power. Call me a power play. That's funny. For men, our semen is our life force energy. Is what gears us. Is what gives us our. You know what I mean? Our life force. Sean 11. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to read that, Sean 11. You gotta go sober up, brother. Um, Serrano, Serrano gotta chill. Uh, her name is now head mistress Carmela. Respect her authority. Bro, Tribe Vibe, bro. Do you play Magic: The Gathering? No, I don't know what that is. I don't play that. Jasmine Rose, would you rather be needed or wanted? Jasmine Rose, that's a great question. I'd rather be wanted. When I see needed, I think of needy. I think of clingy. I don't know. That's a great question. But I think wanted. I would rather be wanted. Someone needs me. I think it's too much of once again like clinginess and neediness. Um, it's like a dependency when I think of needed. And there's not nothing wrong with being needed at certain points, but then it's like I said, like a dependency. I don't want anyone to depend on me because if I do something or if I can't do something for you, right? You need me to do something and I don't do it the way you needed it to be done and I let you down, then you're going to look at me a certain type of way. And I don't need that in my life. So yeah, I think I'd rather be wanted. Warren out of pocket and wow. Sentinel Ymir, peace to you, man. Yeah, that was wild right there. Yeah, Sean, man. I'm glad you're feeling good, man. Whatever you want, but yeah, you need to chill a little bit. That happened to me on Thanksgiving Day. I brought a boyfriend of mine, and a nephew said that word when we were eating dinner. I was so embarrassed. I gave him a look. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could the culture thing, you know what I mean? And then, when you do that, you introduce certain people to your home and you have family around, how they are going to respond. They might say something. He probably said it to try to be cool, to, you know what I mean? Make it seem like he was down and stuff like that. But that creates an awkward situation. So I get you, Tina. That's a great example. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. If he's my dude, then he knows I can be a wild cowgirl. By the way, I've always been attracted to melanated men. Yeah, Tina, as you always yeah, y'all wild in here tonight. You expressed that before, but nah, that's cool. This is the thing, and people are attracted to other races. There's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, I see a lot of it go down because it's a fetish. When the person asked me about, the said question was about, I think he said white women dating black men, and then the white women using the N word. And like I said, when it's all that, it seems like more of a fetish than that in actual attraction. Carmela, I like to play rodeo. Damn, Sergeant Joe Smith, he's going there. I like certain things that most may find shocking or bizarre. What's going on? How you doing? The imaginary friend. Peace to you. I'm doing great, man. Having fun tonight in this live, man. Jasmine Rose says, "I respect your honesty." Yeah, that's the only way. I can be. I love to be. I have to be honest with the people. Once again, I can only be one way. The same way I show up on these lives when the cameras is on is the same way I am when they turn off. A lot of people do a lot of stuff to get notoriety, clout, just for the sake of the internet. You know what I mean? And to come on these lives and just be myself, be honest. Um, you know what I mean? It's the only way I can be. Jaden says it's XXX Tentacion's birthday today. Is it? Billy says, do you like tortas? I love Spanish food. And once again, everything I was saying earlier, like, listen, I find beauty in all races. Certain people, they have their preference, they have, what they like, what they are attracted to. And I have my tiers of what I'm attracted to and what you know what I mean? My God. What I'm attracted to and what my preference is. I have certain tiers of what I look for. It's just knowing myself and knowing how I move before I know what I get myself into. It's the most important thing. Once again, culture. Golf baddies. Tizzy Banana says golf baddies. Come on, you. There's nothing wrong with women who are into golf. Tina says, right, that's true. Oh, I love melanated men so much for me to do something to hurt them. My ex and I were together almost 20 years altogether, on and off. Yeah, when the cultures clash, once again, it can be a culture shock. That's what I was looking forward to. When you bring, what I mean, certain people around your folks, it could be a culture shock. And your people might not know how to respond all the way to that. D Warren, thank you. D Warren says she's heading out. So nice meeting me. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for being a part of the live tonight. I appreciate you and have a great night, love. Um, Cherry Poplar. Good looking. Good looking, Sergeant Joe. Camilla says, yes, I do. It's an obstacle course, hurdles, relay, breaststroke, butterflies, backstroke, floor routine, balance beams. Hip hop is work. Tommy Lipshit says, why is your username sus? Yeah. You see, when people come along and look at my username and see it, as soon as it say it's sus or it's gay or whatever, I can already tell that you're very immature. It's immaturity there, and your brain is warped. If your brain automatically goes to something being sus or homosexual, you are the one that actually has the problem. So for you, I don't explain myself to people like you because I see where your mindset is at. When people come and ask, my username in a certain type of way, they really want to inquire like, why is it named that? And I'm, obviously a solo person. Um, that's one thing. When they come with, listen, if you was protecting the children, to for me to have a name like that on the internet, I wouldn't be here on the internet if I was a threat to children. I coach kids, by the way. I coach my son's football team, so I'm around kids. So you're not really doing your job if you're on the internet trying to protect kids, because kids are trying to be a smartass. Don't worry, you're going to be up out of here soon, being weird, Tommy Lipschitz. Don't worry about it. Keep on asking your questions. It can be true, but I never really care how they view them. I demand respect or keep my distance from them. They knew what I stand for. Yeah, nah, Tina, you got to stand on what you stand on, for real. You know. Yeah, Tommy's name is Peak. Yeah, it is. But don't worry about it. Coming in with that type of energy, yep. He's not going to be around for too much longer. Don't worry about it. Did you read the book, The Coiled Serpent? QRLQERDSL. No, I have not read that book. Yep, line them up, Sergeant Joe Smith. Yeah, no, he's not spamming just yet, but he thinks he's could come in and be funny. But I pointed him out real right away, because I could tell what. Soon as you come in, I could tell what type of energy people come in with. Tizzy Banana says, "What's happening, chat? What's happening right now is that I pointed somebody out, and in a little bit they're about to get out of here if they don't conduct themselves cordial and just chill. Damn, too late." And Tizzy Banana, you're soon to be another one too. It talks about semen retention. Yes, it's where the theory of it became known mainstream. Yeah, I've never read that book. Um, I'm not into the mainstream semen retention stuff. Nah, you're good. You're good, Sergeant Joe Smith. But I've heard of the book. I never really inquired about it, because what I did was just go on my own journey of semen retention, and I just speak from my own experience. I didn't want to go too much into other content on semen retention or read too much other information on semen retention, because even though I already been cited for whatever, um, when you try to use source or use other sources for content purposes, it could come off as plagiarism or reusing content. So I would just talk from my experience, being on my own experience of semen retention. Yeah, Tizzy Banana was Tizzy Banana trying to dip out of here because I pointed him out too. So now he has to make remarks like, "Oh, is this, is that, is gay?" So yeah, I was lying. He already could tell I was lining him up as well, Sergeant Joe Smith. So let's see if he actually is gonna go, because the chat is lame. If it's lame, he should have been left, but he was in here for a while. Man. Unknown says, "Like your beard." Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Adam, too lit. Do you have a job? Yes, I have a job, and it's to do God's work. I'm doing God's work right now. I'm here for the people, spreading love, positivity. It's all love on this side, unless you cross a certain boundary. Then it's still love. It's not going to, do much to me. I don't get too much rattled off of people's comments, how they conduct themselves. I can't control how people conduct themselves. So there's no reason to get mad. I don't control people's fingers on their phones when they type. Whatever energy that they come with, that's them. I really don't control that. So I can't let that um control my emotions or how I respond. That's the only thing I can control for real. Is how I respond. God's work, homie. And what did Adam say? Oh, yeah. Okay. Then says, why do you care? Unknown says, are you from New York? No, I'm originally from New Jersey. Over the bridge. Across the bridge. Philip Long. What's going on, cuz? Peace, Philip. Not much, man. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, man. Another night on the live, talking to the people. Tonight, I got Sergeant Joe Smith handling, putting people in timeout, getting all the trolls and the agents up out to keep the spamming and all the unnecessary comments at bay. I appreciate them. I appreciate Sergeant Joe Smith tonight, man. Other people in the past have asked to be mods and stuff like that. Um, and I was always reluctant to not have people as mods because like I don't know who it was earlier before Sergeant Joe Smith. They was have a great night, T Naz. Have a great night. Have a great night, sis. And I most likely will be on tomorrow too, as well, tomorrow night. But peace, love. Um, yeah, I was always reluctant to have a mod. And I didn't want to put that responsibility on people who are just, you know what I mean, coming in to have a decent chat, someone catching someone normal on the live. So I was just gonna leave that up to myself to, keep certain people in and then, get up whoever I had to get up out of here. But I like Sergeant Joe Smith's name. I like his screen name. It goes with being a mod for real. It makes perfect sense to make him the mod. So I appreciate him for that. But I'm not going to be on too much longer. What time is it? For real, for real. Yeah, 1:57, 2 a.m. Faded the crew. Keep my Costco hot dog's name out your mouth. That's funny. But yeah, the internet for real, it could be, well, it is a weird place. The things and the content that you come across, the people and their outlandish, don't mess with the sergeant. Um, and their way of trying to get people's attention. And I see it on other people's content as well. People go in there and troll other people's content and stuff like that. But when people, I know when they come across a normal, regular live, as when I go live, when they come across my content and stuff like that, I try to introduce peace. I try to introduce a form of normalcy. I also try to jog the minds of people and give them some intellect, a little bit something else, you know what I mean, outside of what people are used to seeing on this wild internet. So I get it when people in the chat start, complaining about, the spams and stuff like that. I see it starts to bother them as well. Some people get more bothered than I actually do, and I'm the person that's coming on alive. So at times I do feel compelled to, have to do my duty and not worry about the distractions and get people up out of here when it's necessary, because then I start to see, people in the chat start to engage with the spamming and the people who are distracting and stuff like that. So if they can't get to me, they try to get to the people who are actually in here that like coming here. So I can't thank you enough. Once again, Sergeant Joe Smith, man. Once again, I don't like putting responsibility on other people, and other people have asked before. But yeah, tonight was a little bit different, man. You seem genuine about which what it is you wanted to do, and like I said, with your name and stuff like that, it's only fitting, bro. But it seems like the more and more that the channel grows, um, the more lives I do. If it's anybody else that comes along and wants to be a mod, I might make a couple more mods and stuff like that. But once again, I don't want them paying. Some people really come for help. People come to get some knowledge and wisdom and stuff like that, so I don't want them to concentrate too much on what's going on in the chat. And yeah, I just want them to come get the information and be cool. Yeah, Otto said Otto said, can I rob you? Yeah, Otto. Yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea, bro. It's not a good idea to do that. For my safety and yours. I have a thing for a certain someone, it's special because I never met them in person. They get my mental to a deeper level, and the surge of energy generates. It feels amazing. Prince, cash you out. Peace, brother. How you tonight, man? T Fireboy 80. I don't know what that face is, man. It looks like a sad face. I don't know why you feeling like that. But Carmela, you make a good CO commanding officer. um, I hear you, Carmela. And Prince, cash out. Cash you out. Glad you cool, brother. Carmela, you gotta let the people know who the special someone is, though. What a certain someone is. And once again, tomorrow night as well, I'm gonna jump back on this live. Someone that mentioned the snow earlier too. I think it was Tinaz, but she dipped off. Said she wasn't ready for snow. There's a snowstorm coming in the next couple days. If you're on the East Coast, I know in my area, I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in the mountains. We've been getting snow. Last week we got snow back to back days. Like it snowed crazy. Well, not too crazy, but it snowed back to back days. And then this weekend as well, we're getting snow. Sergeant Joe Smith says, Carmela, I hope you meet that person, as you sound like a special person yourself. Yeah, that's a fact. Um, yeah, with the snow coming in my area, it's supposed to be coming, I believe, like Sunday into Monday. And this weekend, my little man, he has a sleepover with some of his boys, with some of his friends. So yeah, at the times where I don't got them, that's when I like to come on the lives and stuff like that. I don't really like to have them around. And that's our time. That's father and daddy time. So I don't like to use that time to be on the internet. If anything, like I'll create content and post it when he's with me. That's if he's asleep or if he's doing his own thing, whatever. But as far as the lives, when I do have them, that's when sometimes I'm not on for days. Um, and that's usually over the weekend. But even on the weekends, if I'm not busy, if I'm not out moving around, I still tend to come on these lives. So, but tomorrow night I should be on. Um, Friday into Saturday. Friday tonight I came on a little bit earlier. I like to come on around the times of midnight, 11, 12 o'clock. Tonight I came on around like 10, 10:30. But I love coming on these lives and talking to the people. I get engagement, not just from the guys, but from the females that come through and appreciate the live streams and stuff like that. Once again, man, I'm just a vessel of positivity and light, and like to inspire the people, open up their minds, free the people's minds a little bit, encourage those to be open minded. I am Xander. Peace to you, brother. Yeah, the snowstorm supposed to come to North Carolina. Yeah, it's about to it's a legit storm that's coming through. So everybody be safe, stay warm. You know what I mean? If you gotta do what you gotta do to get out there and get your supplies while you can before the storm comes. But it's always good, man, to be in solitude, be in the house, just chill. If you don't have to move around that much, if you're working or got to call out of work, I suggest you do. Being out in these streets and moving around like that, man, it's not too good when storms like this is coming. Dimitri Cromwell says, "How long you keep your do rag on?" Only overnight, brother. Carmela says, "Someday, one day, Sergeant." Jasmine Rose says, "Appreciate the discussion. Feeling wanted is where my heart lands." Yes. Man, it took you a minute to respond back, Jasmine Rose. Thank you for sharing your insights. Have a peaceful night. Have a great night, sis. But yeah, feeling wanted in that manner. Jasmine Rose earlier asked, what would I rather want, or not what I rather want, but what would I rather, I guess, feel needed, being needed or wanted? I express I don't like neediness because to me it's too close to being when someone needs you like that, it's like clingy. It gives off needy and clingy energy, and I don't like that. I like my space and my solitude for the most part. So I need that certain type of space. And then also with codependency, being needed shows a sense of you are depending on someone, and if someone is depending on me like that and I don't satisfy what's needed of me, then I could let you down. I want to be put in that position. So I said want it. When someone wants you, they want you around, they want you to be happy. So whatever that takes, they're going to make sure, I guess that you get that. You want your space, fine, you got it. Dimitri Caldwell says beard guy commercial. Hold on. Sergeant Joe Smith says, Carmela, there is someone out there just wanting to make all your dreams come true and to worship you like the awesome person you are. Dimitri says, good brother. UCE or you says, you watch Power. Yes, I watch Power. I'm not up on what is out here now, like the newer stuff that's out here, like the Power books and all that other stuff. Um, but the original Power series, yes, I was up on that. I am Xander says I got my bonnet on. Oh man. Brian Zepeda says, Unc spitting the real. What about just existing in each other's space without being needed or wanted? And Dimitri Kaiwa, I got you on that answer. Saved by Love says, I'm the type of guy as you with me, and I'm with We Good Spark a J or something. Hey, Saved by Love, I understand that. This is the thing, Dimitri. When you are just existing in someone's space, there's space and there's still energy in between someone and yourself. Whether you're in a room with someone and y'all just chilling and vibing, there's still energy, and that energy and how they bring that energy is still something that can be needed or wanted. Feel there's still an energy that's going on around that said person and between you two, especially if you are attracted to that person. So, with all that said, there's going to be a type of either needing something from that person or wanting something from that person. Energy is at play when you are existing in someone else's aura field. They are going to feel some type of pull towards you. So, whether you need that person's time, whether you need that person's attention, whether you need to or want to. So, once again, it's not always a needy thing. Like, man to man, right? If it was me and one of my homeboys, we sitting here, we chilling, it can only be as much space until we start talking about something. Now there's an energy exchange. Now as we start talking with this energy exchange, I'm not going to just be wanting to be in my homeboy's space, but for so long until there's silence and we're just sitting here in silence as two homeboys. Something needs to happen because after a while it's going to get weird. So it's better to just have that space away until something is wanted and needed from that energy exchange. But when you have two people existing in each other's spaces, something has to be said. So there's going to be some form of energy exchange, or it's just going to be weird, and someone has to leave. But when it's women, or whatever, whoever you're attracted to, right? Um, Same thing applies. If you want something from that person, you say it. Whatever the case may be. If you need something from that person, same thing applies. I'm the type of guy. Oh, I think I read that already. Yeah. Why Isaac says why semen retention semen retention so mainstream? Is it a psyop? Um, I don't know why semen retention is so mainstream, brother. I'm not too sure. Um, and I don't think it's a psyop. When you are doing something to preserve yourself, to self-preserve yourself, to have some discipline about yourself, it cannot be a psyop. When you are building up masculine power, I think it's more of a psyop to get you off of semen retention. That would be more of the psyop to me to avoid you from being in this over sexualized society, to have you out there in the dating world, to have you out in these built clubs that people have invested in, to have you out there amongst the people, spending your money on these women, these gifts, these drinks that they, it's more of a psyop not to be on it. Certain things are mainstream about it because of content and the namesake of content. So that's the only thing that's mainstream about it is the generic content creation of semen retention and what it brings. But as far as it being a psyop, nah, it's the opposite, if you ask me. They would much rather have you out here giving away your energy, your life force energy frivolously than to actually preserve it and have it build up the power for yourself. I am Xander says, nothing wrong with the mundane. You know, I love says type shit. Sorry, Joe said, with great power comes great responsibility. I let people expose how stupid they are by posting stupid stuff. But get annoyed, but get annoying, and the hand of God will strike you down. If I get mangled, you stand. Oh man, probably not. Even in wanting, it still denotes a sense of pulling, which is a literal expense of energy. When we can exist in company without the movement of energy, this is perfect for as couple relationship. This is a thing about energy and vibration, though, brother. If you understand the Kabbalion, everything is moving. Everything that has energy, like your thoughts. So you could be sitting there, right, and without moving, or what you think is without movement of energy, but to the contrary, your thoughts is energy as well. So whatever you are thinking in that moment, that person in your aura field can still pick up on that energy. They might not quite know what that energy is, and vice versa. You can pick up on other things, but everything is vibrating, everything is moving, everything is energy. So just because you're not moving your mouth or talking or whatever, or just sitting there, believe this: there's certain laws, 7 laws in the Kabbalion. And the Kabbalion, it'll tell you that everything is energy and everything is vibrating. So your thoughts that are still moving around in your head, even in that silence, is still energy. Sitting the presence, sitting in the presence is good. No, it is a beautiful thing. Sitting in someone's aura field. I'm not saying sitting in someone's aura field without saying nothing is a hindrance or a bad thing. Sitting in someone's presence in their essence, especially the feeling that it gives you. If it gives you a calm and a peace, if you could pick up on that energy, it's a beautiful thing. But if something is pulling you, right? You ever sit next to someone that you have a problem with, and you be like, yo, you know what? I can't even sit next to this person because I got something to say to them. I don't want to say it to them, so I got to remove myself, right? It's a real thing. But when you're around someone that's calm, that's genuine, you could sit there and not say anything. It's cool. But once again, everything is vibrating, everything is moving, everything is energy. So those thoughts that are going through your head, even sitting in that silence, you're still possibly thinking. And that's why I say you could possibly still thinking about something, what you want to do next with this person, or the silence might get too much to overbearing, and you need to make a move because then you start thinking or overthinking. Maybe this person wants to do something. You might be too comfortable, or whatever case may be. So your thoughts are still moving around in your head. That person's thoughts is still moving around in their head. You look like my local drug dealer, Diamond says. That's funny as hell. This is existing in perfect peace with your girl, Dimitri Cromwell. Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying, but understand this though: there's no such thing as non-movement. You can still be thinking in your head. Like I said, your thoughts are still moving. They can pick up on that because your body language is giving off everything. Damn, man, I'm sitting here with my girl, perfect peace. She not nagging. She not complaining. Just because you're not saying it out loud, your energy is speaking for you. Your energy is still moving. The vibration that's still going through you, your heartbeat has changed. It's moving a different way from you being maybe over anxious to now calm. So now your heartbeat is going to move a different way. Your brain patterns, right? Everything is moving. Long story short, bro. So don't think everything just stops because you're just sitting in perfect peace. Nah. Read the Kabbalion. Kabbalion is a good book. Uh and I don't have that book on hand. That book actually got destroyed in a flood as I was moving. Not a flood, but it was a flood. It was a rainstorm that happened, and I had my book in I had certain books in storage, and water seeped in and damaged one of my books, man. It was the Kabbalion, bro. That was I had other books in storage too, but when my Kabbalion was in there, that's when I really got upset. I don't really get upset over like material things and stuff like that, guys. Unless it's something like, something precious or whatever. Money, it comes and goes, but that book right there was very important to me. It's just as important as like my mother's Bible. And when I was like, oh, this book got destroyed. And then I was like, damn, my Kabbalion's in here. It's a little small black book, but it got messed up. I was kind of upset at that. Super far with content where I have content on my YouTube channel. Isaac, I appreciate the donation, brother. Just thanks for answering my question. No problem, Isaac. I appreciate you for coming through, man. I believe the internet calls it a twin flame, like a perfect dance, but at peace due to the beholders. Dimitri Cotwell, you're 100% right. And this is what I'm saying about twin flame. Your twin flame would be able to pick up on the signals that your body is giving off. Doesn't have to be expressed in words. Doesn't have to be expressed in some grand gesture. Your twin flame can also know what's going on up here. You know that phrase when they say great minds think alike, or the transfer of, I'm gonna say it, psychic abilities. What's understood don't got to be said. I could keep on going with certain phrases. These phrases make sense when you are dealing with someone that is like-minded. But understand that is still a form of movement. It's still a form of not a needy thing or a wanting thing. That's what we generally talk about. If you need someone next to you, or if you have someone next to you and you need something from them or want something from them, but having them in your presence is reassuring. You would still either need that at one point or want that because it brings something to you, right? So it's not a use thing that you always will need that or you want that, but people actually want to experience that. It's still a want there, wanting to experience their special person or their twin flame next to them. And without having to say anything, no words, you don't got to explain nothing. You still want that. People want that. Who is my special person? They know who they are. Yes. Carvella's crazy. Uh, Dimitri Crowell says the energy moves, but the body doesn't. When, and that's the physical, yes. When you are chaotic, then the body has to move. That's not true. You don't have to be in chaos for the body to move. Trust me, you could be in total calmness, peace, and peacefulness. Your body could still move, brother. It will not be able to settle in the mind and body. So I agree with you. We are both contributing knowledge. Absolutely, Dimitri. But your body is, once again, your body is physical. And once when you have control over the body, it doesn't have to be a chaotic thing that causes you to move. You can still have that cool, because your body language, when we talk about body language, you can move your body to a certain stature, hold yourself to your body language to a certain degree where it gives off calmness, it gives off cool. You could be laid back, you could be sat up, your shoulders could be up, it could be a certain way that you give off um to the same cause. Thank you for your insight, and thank you, Dimitri Caldwell. But once again, your energy and those thoughts, once again, without having to move, without having to show what you need or being wanted, you could for sure sit in that solitude. And I'm glad you brought up twin flame. You can sit with your twin flame and be and just chill. Crow Fist says, dude is 65% mouth. What's the other 35 then? Let me know what's the other 35. You got my subscription. I hope you return the sediment. Hey, Dimitri Cromwell, I got you. You got it seems like you got a channel out there. I got you, brother. My iPad. Wait, what just happened? I could have sworn my iPad has been charging this whole time. I can't subscribe now, brother. I tried to see what's going on with this iPad, and my phone's about to die. I'm gonna still be on for a little bit with you guys. Um, hold on one second. Yeah, Crow Fist, you said dude is 65% mouth. I mean, listen, brother, I'm on this live. I can be on here all night till the wee hours in the morning. What's the other 35%, brother? Let me know. Oh, there you go. Damn, what the hell? I don't know what just happened, guys. That's what I'm saying. I knew my joint, this iPad was charging. I love your skin. Such a nice shade of brown. I thank you for that. Bath time 999. Said I painted my car this similar color. That's funny. Guys, hold on real fast. I'll try to get Dimitri Cromwell on here. A lot of times I'll be telling people, I'm gonna go check them out in their channels. If you got channels on here, if you got YouTube channels, you create content and you come over here and support, I would love to go over to what you doing and support. You drop your your title name, channel, whatever the case may be. It's just that, and I'm sorry, just what I mean, do this on a stream while I'm streaming right now. But if I don't do it now, I'll end up forgetting, and I don't like doing that to my people. I'm a man of my word. So, but Dimitri, you gotta let me know what's your actual. I don't know if it's your screen name or if you left already. But yeah, man, I love to support those who support me. It's only right. Country Two says, yeah, right. Zon, nothing stays still. Absolutely, energy is always on the move. Bath time said such a nice brown, burnt almond brown. That's funny as hell. Burnt almond brown is burnt almond butter. My bad. I don't know if you guys ever watched Martin back in the day. If you guys are familiar with the sitcom Martin Lawrence, there's an episode where there's a homosexual guy who hits on him in the DMV, and he calls him almond. He keeps calling him almond. Yo, that shit is so funny. So to see that is funny as hell, man. Y'all hate for no reason. PK for God lifestyle. Yeah, I don't know what all the hate is for. I don't really be doing much to be hated on. It gets crazy. Yeah, it's on. Sergeant is on it tonight. Sergeant Joe Smith. I'm good. Trust me. And Charles Hill is back. Says hi, peace, man. Glad to see you back. Uh, Isaac says, how do you deal with low sleep? Now, I don't know if you're asking low sleep quality or quantity, because there's two ways to answer that question. If it's low sleep quality, if you're not getting good enough sleep quality, you're not getting a deep sleep rest. Um, Once again, man, I'm a firm believer in not having too many devices on in your bedroom or having your devices on your bed, whether it be laptop, phone charging, iPad, or whatever the case may be. Keeping those items off your bed because the artificial electromagnetic fields that's still going on around you. I don't have a TV in my bedroom and stuff like that. I don't have a lamp in there. I just have, the wall light and stuff like that. But I try to keep as much of these devices away from my bed as I sleep to just help me rest. And with your brain waves, these are electromagnetic waves that are going through your mind. So with electromagnetic waves still pulsating through your house, the more you can lessen those things, the better sleep quality I feel that you could get. I've been able to get great sleep quality as well as quantity these days. Um, with sleep quantity, you have to make a set bedtime, get off the phone, stop the scrolling, get off the live, get some sleep. I know it's hard for people to go to sleep because lifestyle, working. You feel like you got more to do when you actually get home than to just jump in bed and sleep. You still got, if you're single or whatever, however your lifestyle is, you got food to cook, food to eat. Some people still like to be entertained, so you got TV to watch, or you want to, watch a movie or whatever the case may be, read a book, and all this other stuff you want to do for your personal before you go to sleep if you have a working life. I know that sucks when people aren't able to do those things and they just have to go to sleep. And with the course of your day, whatever you've been going through, if you stressing, if you got stress on you, someone pissed you off, now you've been in a bad mood. If you're not meditating is a big thing you need to do to help you with your sleep, because that puts you in a state of actual sleeping when you close your eyes for a long period of time, and you're processing your thoughts. A lot of people don't get to process their thoughts until they actually go to sleep. You are able to process some of your thoughts before sleep. It will help you better with not just sleep quality but also sleep quantity, because some people wake up, keep on waking up, breaking their sleep. So your sleep patterns is thrown off. Something about your sleep patterns you got to help. Valerian root is very good. It's a natural herb. You can take it in pill form. Um, I believe they come in tea and stuff like that. But valerian root is great to help you fall asleep quicker and faster. And some people take melatonin to help them fall asleep quicker and faster. Um, and that's it. Who do you think gonna win a Super Bowl? It's tough. I say the Rams, coming out of the AFC, and then in the NFC is, NFC is the Rams I got coming out, and then in the AFC, I believe the Patriots is going to come out, and I still got the Rams winning the Super Bowl. Bath Time says, "How do you trim your beard? It looks tight." When I go to the barber, he uses the clippers and a razor. If I do it on my own, I just have clippers. I don't trust myself with a razor like that. And also, I have pretty much sensitive skin, so I'm very careful with what I use on my face, and using a razor on my own, I don't trust myself like that, especially on my face. So, clippers and razor when I go to the barber. Dimitri Cromwell. Dimitri Cromwell. I'm trying to see. All right, I think reason to resist. All right, I think this is you, brother. But I appreciate you, brother. Super Bowl is so far past overplayed. Zon. That episode was hilarious. You saw all many years. Yeah, so when he said that, the bar, that's the first place my mind went. I'm like, yo, I really hope this is a female saying this, because I'm thinking about that episode of Martin. So for him to bring up burnt almond butter is tripping me out a little bit. Oh man, yo, Dimitri. Thoughts on 9 ether. Ah man. And here's Cactus Zach, another one. Crowd of Boyz. That's hella sus, bro. Okay. You say so, man. Right, Charles Hill. Like everything is sus. Grow up. Immature, bro. Once again, when people come in with that, they come in with that immature mindset that everything is sus. They don't understand when people have a purpose, when people actually have and are living in their purpose. It is what it is, brother. Nine ether. Once again, something very spiritual, saying that there are special type of beings who carry themselves um connection to, once again, a higher power. Certain way they wear their hair and stuff like that represents who they are. But it's a spiritual, it's more of a spiritual thing, you know what I mean? A group set of people and energy and stuff like that. So a set apart people as well. Please everyone check out my channel and post. Hey, Joe Smith, sorry, Joe Smith, you got a channel as well? I want to feel my man's energy, like how, like I know when he's approaching. Charles says, don't count on Charles Hell, man. You, yeah, Charles Hell. He says everything got to be foul. Yeah, I mean it's just the immaturity, man. You gotta deal with on the internet. I just stopped responding. I could tell when people naturally and genuinely ask what is the name about, and I give that explanation out too. But when people come in, oh, that's us and this and that. All right, you got it. Let me catch up to the chat. I find turning off screen devices and blue coat lights and reading for the hour before sleep dramatically improves sleep quality. Ooh, when paired with exercise regularly, a good place to start. Yeah, I agree with that too. Big Dragon. Something, and what the thing is, what Big Dragon said about reading before sleep. Once again, what you are doing with your eyes, you are actually slowing everything down, and now your eyes are focusing on something, and then naturally is going to have you redirect that focus and take whatever has been on your mind before sleep, but just have your eyes do something that causes you to focus. So that's why meditation or reading before bed is very important. I am a vocal artist. Could I get a shout out by chance? Thanks, I appreciate it. Zach Music too. Shouts out to you. Mel says that's the type of attraction, kind of attraction I like. His energy alone brings calmness. Yes, women pick up on that energy, bro. If you're unsettled, not, you know what I mean, jittery, anxious, don't count on being able to feel your man's energy as like when he approaches. Fear no one but God says, hi, peace. Great to see you in here tonight. I've been doing YouTube close to 10 years. Um, as I catch up to the chat, sorry, Joe Smith, I don't know if it's your name that's attached to your YouTube channel, but let me know. Go over there and support. Do you think depending on how you answer questions, people can't steal your energy or knock you out your pivot? Isaac says, do you think depending on how you answer questions, people can steal your energy or knock you out or off your pivot? Um, this is the thing, when you are comfortable and you stand in your square and you speak your truth, whatever question someone is answering me, whether I give that energy to actually give it attention and answer, if I answer it truthfully, honestly, be a man of my word, and stand on what I speak on, no one can knock me off my pivot. I stand on what I stand on, Isaac. So how I love to answer my questions is with truth and honesty, and I stand on that. Can't stand on faulty foundation. You're gonna get rocked right up out your spot. It is, but this is an infinite LED lifestyle. Sleep is impaired by default. It would seem you have given Sergeant power here. Sergeant Joe Smith. Yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith, I gave him duty to be a moderator. There was a lot going on earlier in the lives. It hold on. It distracts from me having to go back and forth with people and getting them up out of here. And as I told Sergeant Joe Smith News Network, I believe that's what you said too, that you shares certain things like an outlet. But I got you, Sergeant Joe Smith. But yeah, yeah, Charles Hill. A lot of people come on and start especially with the trolls and distractors. So I gave him the duty as a sergeant. His name was fitting. It was called on me to do that for tonight, so that way I don't got to deal with it. So I gave him the power to be a moderator, to moderate the chat and get the people up out of here accordingly. So I don't have to deal with it so much. I can stick to what I got to stick to, and then do what I got to do and keep it pushing along with the streams. And it has helped me catch up more. Like I always have an issue with keeping up to speed with the chat and what's going on with the chat and stuff like that. So that it has helped me when needed the time to speak and now catch up with the chat and not have to worry about so much spam and people playing around in the chat where I have to stop, read this, look at this message, see if they playing around, do this to finally catch up. So it has helped, man. But Charles Hill, there are people that pretend to do the tarot reading. I am Renee L.A. Grinnell of New Orleans. I tell them how to do it for real and they get scared. Charles Hill. That's nice. um, if I can get at least two people to subscribe tonight, I'll definitely appreciate it. Same user as it has been on the screen. Yeah, Zon. I already went over to your channel and subscribed to you, brother. You already got a sub from me. Everybody also go over to Zon. Help my boy Zon out on his channel as well. Yo, peace everybody. If y'all still in here. My phone ended up dying. If y'all still in here, I see y'all still in here, man. I fuck with y'all, bro. You should go check out DN if you ever get a chance. Tone, you got it. I know exactly. I'm already 2 steps ahead of you, DN. I mean, Tone, because I know what DN is, and you can check out my DN. You hear me? Down syndrome Jesus. I should pray for your hairline. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I had a little mishap right there. Phone died. I wasn't paying attention. I was in the flow of things. And usually I catch it before the stream go out, but back. Yeah. But I was about to resume and get up off of here soon anyway, guys. About to go on 3 in the morning on my side. And once again, guys, man, I appreciate, I don't know what the hell's going on with these devices. Everyone who's come in here tonight, man, once again, always glad to see those who show up each and every time, man. The guys in here who got channels, I'm gonna definitely go check you guys out on these YouTube streets. We'll see what y'all got going on. Showing that support, man. The support y'all been showing me, man, is only right, like I said. And with everybody else, I'm glad everybody could come on and show each other some love. Show each other some support out here, because especially small content creators like myself, man, as we try to get on here and grind, whatever your cause is, whatever you're trying to do on the YouTube, it's always great to support small content creators like myself, man. So yeah, that's crazy, brother. Peace, bro. Appreciate the bills tonight. Have a good one. Yeah, YouTube's on, bro. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna be on here in a couple hours. A couple hours later, around 11, 12, later on tonight. Always great having you, brother. Peace. Yeah, it's almost about that time for me to get up off of this YouTube, because now it's getting weird. Very weird. That was low-key my sign to get off anyway when my phone died. But I just want to say peace to everybody. I don't like just dipping and leaving like that without saying peace and having a great night to those who come through. Toxic love. Not that I try not to laugh, but I really didn't read everything you're saying. Once when I saw the extra raw, I've just stopped reading it, to be honest. But yeah, that's it for me tonight, guys. I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace.